I got this one. We ready? Okay, I call the meeting of the Transformation Committee to order. Mr. Fleming, can you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott Ottman,
Here.
Mr. Robert Moore,
Here.
State Treasurer Brad Briner or Eric Nesbitt, his designee. Thank you. Miss Lisa Estep, Labor Commissioner Luke Farley or Chris Ballard. Thank you. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt or Miss Megan Quick. Mr. Jeffrey Lang.
Here.
Mr. Tom Looney. Dr. Dale McGinnis.
Here.
Mr. Bannock Scott. The Honorable Sam Searcy. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. Fleming, can you please read the ethics statement?
Absolutely. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict of appearance and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. No conflict noted, sir.
Okay, approval of the minutes. The minutes have been presented in the board packet. Are there any changes or questions to the February 16th minutes? Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Thank you. Can I have a second? Those in favor, say aye. Thank you. Okay, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I've got two things on the agenda for today. Both are for information. The first is an ERP update, and then the second is a bit of a deep dive in which Dr. Merritt will help us present a deep dive on CRM. So, but before I get into that, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the teams. So I'm extremely encouraged by the momentum from the collective teams around the ERP project. And I want to call them out individually, right? The CBAS team, Dr. Price's team. I want, Dr. Merritt and his team for CCL, and then Dr. Schneider and the team for data warehouse have been working very hard. And I think we've got some real momentum and the wind at our backs. And I'll go into a little more detail in a minute. I'd also be remiss if I didn't include Patrick, Deontay, and the CIO team for their hard work. So let's talk about ERP, which is my first update. Let's talk about college accounting, the college accounting system, which is CBAS. I told you last month that we were successful in reconciling all 58 colleges for the month of January. What I'm more excited about today is that the team has also reconciled all but one. And it's not due to a system issue, it's due to a college having to resubmit some files. But the net is 57 of the 58 have been reconciled in the new Banner CBAS solution for the second month. And what makes this one actually more important and significant is that we didn't freeze the data at the beginning of the month. So the system really worked as designed. And so I'm extremely excited about where we are with CBAS. And then the plan is to run this in parallel and hopefully, right, deploy CBAS in the July timeframe. So that's exciting news. Let's talk about the combined course library, affectionately referred to as CCL. Dr. Merritt and the team have been working closely with Aleutian. Aleutian has been given a deadline for us to have that code and deployed in production by the end of June, which would allow us and Brian and his team to do the training and make the seasonal or the academic schedule for programs, et cetera. So Aleutian right now is replanning those commitments and going to come back to us with what those dates look like in order to make that schedule. The next one is data warehouse. Dr. Schneider and his team spent several days with the Aleutian team here at the system office. And frankly, the good news is I believe the team now feels comfortable with the solution that's being proposed. I think they understand it fits where it fits in the landscape. I think for us collectively as a team, we need to figure out what our larger data strategy is, because what Aleutian's producing is not going to be a true enterprise data warehouse. So we're going to have to figure out what North Carolina Community College's data strategy is. But the team has the actions. We have items that are due to be deployed for that team in April. And then the plan would be to do UAT testing in production in May. And I am cautiously optimistic that we could deploy data warehouse. And I don't know if Dr. Schneider's in here, but he's okay. Deploy data warehouse and CBAS in the July timeframe would be ideal, okay, as well as CCL. So the net and why I'm excited and why I feel very good about the enthusiasm and the momentum is we're actually talking about deployment plans with the 5 pilot colleges. And we're actually going to have a call this week, upcoming week, with the 5 CIOs for their input on how do we successfully deploy the pilot. And that would also help us better understand how we scale this thing for the balance of the 53, if that's the decision. So that's my update on ERP. And as I said, myself and the team are very encouraged with the momentum and the progress. So I'll stop there and open it up for any questions before I move to CRM. Are there any questions? Mr. Lang.
So if I heard you correctly, CCL and CBAS and the data warehouse should be, or you hope to be, operational with all 58 colleges
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
by the summer.
No.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure when you were saying pilot schools,
Yes.
but then you were also saying 58 have been on CBAS and you hope to have it. So can you clarify the difference there?
Yes, I can. Thanks, you, Mr. Lang. CBAS is a financial system that is used by all the colleges. There's no dependency on the pilot or banner because it is a system app to deploy that. So we could deploy that, and the plan is to deploy that in July, current course and speed. Okay, Patrick? Yes, Patrick,
Yes.
keep me honest, right? CCL and data warehouse, there is a dependency on those two in order to deploy the 5 pilot schools. Okay. Yes. Okay. But keep in mind that the solution that's being developed by Aleutian will work both in the colleague environment as well as banner. That's the level of complexity that has frankly caused a fair amount of the challenge for this project, right? It would be a lot easier if it was just banner and we could flip everybody at once, and we can't do that. So they have to work in both environments. So the goal would be, we're going to talk about the first 5, which is the meeting next week. And then frankly, coming out of that pilot is where we're going to get the lessons learned to help formulate what that deployment plan looks like beyond the 5. Okay. Now we have internally, our belief is we won't make it if we're doing this 1 or 2 at a time. So we're hoping that out of the work from the 5 pilots, we'll be in a position to, when it comes time to deployment, if we deploy the banner solution, that we would do this in much larger groups. in order to accelerate the deployment.
So CBAS is one work stream.
Yes.
Then you have CCL and the data warehouse as a second.
Mm.
No,
Well,
the 5 pilot colleges.
they're really 5 work streams if
Oh, you're okay. I'm just trying to understand what all you have on the plate and what's being completed when. And maybe you're going to get to all that.
Yeah, well, again, I'm doing the high level.
Yes.
I didn't want to drag the board through the deliverables by work stream. So I'm really just kind of doing the high level view of where the 4 or 5 work streams are. Anybody that would like to jump in the pool, so to speak, and understand at a detailed level those deliverables, we're more than happy to spend time with whoever would like to go into that level. Would you be one of those, Mr. Lentz?
I'm just trying to understand then where the CMS is and the ERP is, if they're both 2 separate work streams.
Means CRM
Yes,
or, yeah, CRM, yes. And we're going to talk about
we're
that
going to talk about those.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be quiet.
and where it fits.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me move to CRM and set this up. One of the things that we felt was important, some of you have been in the CRM journey, so you're going to have a different perspective. The goal really in this presentation is to share with you the value of a CRM, where we think it fits in the ecosystem, because it's critical to the overall ecosystem we're trying to deliver, and then what the next steps are based on where we are with the current CRM deployment. Okay, so that's kind of the level set of what Dr. Merritt's going to take you through. So, Dr. Merritt, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ottman. Good afternoon, everyone. I told Mr. Ottman that the NCAA tournament starts at 12:15 today, so that's 3 minutes away, so I'll be watching your phones, and if there's any applause or yelps, I will fully take credit for this presentation causing that. So good afternoon. Today we're going to share an update that's one of the more significant investments that the system has made, and we hope will continue to make in recent years and years to come. But the Customer Relation Management Platform, or CRM, will continue to use that acronym over and over because we love acronyms. This report today is going to cover our system-wide approach to how we've started our CRM work, what we've learned from our pilot work, and where we recommend going from here. So we've got some members of the team, Nathan Harden, Dr. Tori Reynolds, Dr. Monty Hickman, and some others who have helped with this, who might jump up to the mic and fill in some gaps as we continue to have the conversation and answer some questions. But why don't we get started with the why? We're going to move right into the strategic rationale and the why. So let's think, I'm going to go on to slide 3. Need a clicker. All right, here we go. So let's start with the why. Let's think of a CRM as the engine behind how a college stays in touch with its students. So from the moment someone first express interest in a college, all the way through enrollment and beyond, the CRM platform is what helps, and it's kind of the how. It's the way a college can stay in touch and engage with that student. So in 2024, when our system built its system strategic marketing and enrollment plan and strategic communications plan, we heard directly from the colleges the ability to reach prospective students consistently, track students where they were in the enrollment process, and then follow up in a timely way was a critical gap. CRM came up as an essential infrastructure need across the board. So the urgency behind that is real, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that as we dig deeper today, because data from other system initiatives like NC Reconnect and others showed us that in some cases, colleges, students were hearing, would submit a prospect card at a college fair, and it might take 6 to 8 weeks to hear back from a college inquiry during a college fair. To respond to a prospective student inquiry, we know that sometimes some colleges that can happen in a matter of seconds, and that's where a CRM can come into play. Because in a world where students are making fast decisions and have options, this is a gap we cannot afford. So a well-functioning CRM closes that gap, delivering exceptional student experiences, improving operational efficiencies, generating actionable data for staff, and making enrollment dollars work harder. That's what a CRM can do for us. So we're going to move on and talk about the role of CRMs. CRM, it helps to understand where a CRM fits in the technology ecosystem. A college's ERP, or its system of record, for things like registration and financial aid, CRM, works with the ERP, but a CRM is different. It's a system of engagement. It's the tool, and I mentioned this earlier, but it's the tool that manages the relationship with students before they enroll and throughout their time at the college. So when it's paired with the data platform, the student information system, it can really become a system of insight for the college. So let's talk about what does that unlock. More students in the pipeline with automated outreach, tracking every step of the conversion process. Better retention through proactive nudges, so deadline reminders, advising prompts, early alert risks for at-risk students, and a 360-degree view of each student by integrating data from across the institution. The ability to target underserved populations with personalized communication is really what a CRM can do for a college. And tools to manage employer relationships and connect students to jobs and credentials. The CRM is really where strategy can meet execution. So we're going to dig in, and I gave a very brief report last month. So we're going to talk about the current CRM landscape next. We kind of teased this last month, but as we get into overall CRM adoption, what we did is we love a survey. So we surveyed all 58 colleges. 53 responded. So the headline here is, 85% of the respondents of responding colleges are using CRM in some capacity. Yeah, that's encouraging when you see the 85%, yes, but I think we have to dig a little deeper, because the important finding is kind of what's underneath that number. 40%, nearly 40%, described their usage as partial or limited. So for colleges not using a CRM, the most common barriers were things like budget constraints, limited staff capacity. So what we saw here when we see these numbers is adoption is broad, but the maturity of how colleges are using CRM, it's largely uneven. So we're going to continue talking about that and kind of dive deeper as we discuss where we can go as a system to support this. So management and the team-wide adoption. Even among colleges with a CRM, staffing is a real constraint. That's what we found from the survey. Only 13% of the colleges that responded reported having a dedicated CRM administrator or a CRM team at their college. And for most of the colleges, CRM responsibilities have been layered on top of existing roles. That's, kind of the nature of our system. Wear many hats across our system, and that's how, especially many of our smaller to medium-sized colleges approach the CRM work today. So that can mean, things like slower implementation, inconsistent usage, staff are stretched thin to try to manage a really complex platform in some cases, depending on the CRM, alongside everything else that they do day to day. So capacity just isn't a barrier to adoption. It's a barrier to getting the value out of the tools that many colleges already have. So let's move into and talk about some common challenges with the CRM. So when we asked the colleges to describe their challenges, the responses were pretty consistent. Data integration complexity that came up repeatedly, training gaps, and steep learning curves with the CRM platforms. Some colleges reported cultural resistance to new processes, funding and staffing limitations. We talked about that already a little bit. And then underutilization of some of the advanced features that some CRMs can offer, like predictive analytics and retention tools and things that really can help predict students' behavior and then have staff like success coaches or others act on those behaviors or on those predictions and help coach students along the way throughout their student journey. And then vendor challenges, with some vendors, there's, some insufficient implementation support, slow response times from some of the vendors. And really, these are not isolated complaints. They're systemic and really point to a clear need for some more coordinated support across our system when it comes to customer relation management or platforms or CRM. So some of our key takeaways, there's 6 listed here. 6 themes emerge from the survey data. Most colleges have a CRM, but the system needs to optimize those investments. Adoption doesn't equal effectiveness. Thin staffing, limited expertise, or slowing progress. The student information system or the SIS connections and the data integration remain a major pain point for many colleges. Advanced functions like retention analytics are largely underutilized. Cost variation is very significant. Depending on the platform you have, the annual costs that colleges reported for their CRM was $30,000 all the way up to $100,000 for their system. And notably, colleges want some form of system level support, whether around training or funding or both. That last point matters. Colleges are asking, are not asking us to stay out. They're really asking us to show up. So let's continue to talk about how we've shown up. So far, I think we're going to dig a little bit into some of the system level support that we've offered over the past year. What has the system already done? We're going to walk through that and then talk about where we can go. So system level support starting in January 2025. We've talked a little bit about this in previous board meetings, but we've had a couple cohorts 1 and cohorts 2 that have worked closely with Nathan's team and with honestly to Durham Tech, Fayetteville, Alamance, Carteret, Isothermal were in cohort 1. Cohort 2, we accelerated that in response to Hurricane Helene, but Wilkes, Caldwell, Blue Ridge, and Gaston. For these cohorts, as we kind of piloted as a support model with the CRM, we have worked very closely, our team worked very closely to provide system level support for 2 years, have been covered for the platform. So the platform costs, the platform and the integration costs. These cohorts have had weekly deployment support and training meetings with the staff, hands-on technical execution for the platform, and then monthly cross-collaboration where we facilitate cohort collaboration, peer-to-peer kind of model with the colleges to learn from each other and support each other as they adopt the tools. So this model really, that's been deployed since January 2025 is really a proof of concept for what broader system support could look like. And we're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about some of the impact that we've seen so far since it's launched. But before we get into that, there's another kind of level of support moving on to some strategic enrollment management. Our strategic enrollment management team is deployed. We had some funding from the John and Belk Endowment where we were able to hire some consultants to provide some system level support for the other. So mention those colleges that were in cohort 1 and 2. We also had 17 other colleges that were using the Element 451 platform as well. And the strategic enrollment management team here at the system office has been building infrastructure to kind of reduce the isolation among those 17 colleges and increase some expertise here at the system level to help support those colleges in a different but complementary way than we did the cohort model. We've had a CRM task force, so a cross-college forum for sharing challenges and solutions that's been facilitated. And then we use those dollars from the J.M. Belk Endowment to hire 3 college practitioners. So these were 3 practitioners at 3 of our colleges that were using Element 451 who had provided hands-on CRM support to those 17 colleges to either start up or enhance the Element 451 solution that was already adopted at some of these colleges. And then earlier this calendar year, the team also hosted a statewide Element 451 Summit, had about 99 participants from 30 colleges come. I believe it was hosted here in Raleigh. I believe it was at Wake Tech, focused on collaboration and problem solving. And the goal in all of this was the same. Really colleges shouldn't have to figure this out alone. And we're going to talk about some of the feedback that we've gotten from these kind of two levels of support that we've offered so far. So, yes, sir.
Just real quick, is element 451 the standard you want to get everybody on?
So I'm not sure that we right now would say that it's the one. I don't know, Mr. Ottman, if you want to address that one, I'm happy to. But the numbers that you saw earlier, I think about 2/3 of our colleges are own element. That's kind of the fact right now. Later on, we're going to have a recommendation for how we look forward, which would likely be an RFP to kind of look at system-wide contracts. So I'm not sure if you want to.
Yeah, no, I think what's important, right, for this session is really just to, as I said at the beginning, get everybody comfortable with where it fits and how important it is, right? So, and there is some recommendations, because one of the challenges we've had is the way it's kind of been managed, you can't scale this thing.
Yeah.
Right? You just can't get there. So the chairman has challenged us to put an aggressive plan together to scale this thing.
That's right. And we did make a conscious choice to have that support for the 17 colleges with the consultants, because we had so many colleges on element, and then the convenience contract out of the pilot work, was surrounded by that. So that's why I mentioned that specific vendor, because that's where 2/3 of our colleges are using that system right now. So we're going to talk a little bit about I mentioned the convenience contract. So in 2024, the system office established a statewide convenience contract with Element 451. The purpose for that was pretty straightforward. We wanted to reduce IT and procurement barriers for colleges, negotiate lower platform costs. And as of today, we see 31% of the colleges that are using Element are utilizing that contract. And on the IT side, we've had, our team has also been fielding technical support calls, troubleshooting integration issues, and providing ongoing guidance to colleges navigating the implementation challenges they've seen around the platform. So let's talk about some of the early results with that context and look at what the data shows us so far. So looking at the January 2025 through February 2026, so this is just about a year of data. From some of the, only a couple colleges had really launched it there at the very beginning, but we're starting to see more colleges adopt it fully through our cohorts 1 and 2. The cohort colleges have generated 6.4 million student touch points through SMS or texting and email in that 1 year time frame. AI tools have saved 442,000 minutes of staff time, capacity that really was returned to the colleges, to the college teams by using that platform. The CRM chatbot handled 19,000 after-hours student conversations through the platform. So these are after hours when staff, the students might have 9 p.m. a question, they reach out and they're able to get questions answered after hours after the college is closed. And then the cost per contact came in at 12 cents. So 12 cents per contact that the college made. And that last number really is worth sitting with, 12 cents per student's touch point at scale across 9 colleges. And I think in the next slide, you're going to see, as we continue to kind of put these numbers in context, we look at some of the industry benchmarks. The cohort colleges are averaging a 24% email click-through rate, when the average industry click-through rate is about 3%. That's not a modest improvement. That means students are actually engaging with this outreach. The colleges are really investing in the people who are leveraging the outreach and putting the personal touch on it. But the students are not ignoring it when you see 24% versus industry standard of 3%. On costs per lead, the cohort is running around $10. So about cost per lead prospective student, industry average is somewhere between $55 and $140. And then at Durham Tech alone, the CRM has recaptured approximately 1,000 staff hours, which, if you look at $25 average per hour, translates to roughly $25,000 in equivalent capacity. So about 20% of the platform's annual costs returned in labor savings alone And that's just at Durham Tech. So these are just some initial ROI numbers that are pretty hard to argue with when you just kind of look at those, without and we're going to get into some enrollment conversation later and also in the next committee meeting as well. But I think these are just ROI numbers from, the clicks and the platform numbers alone. So let's look at cohort.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I could just interject, because I know maybe I can head one of the chairman's questions headed off at the pass. So if those are industry standard numbers, if you kind of peel the onion back and look at community college specifically, what they'd say is a 5 to 8% open or click-through rate is strong, and 8 to 12% is best in class. So now I do want to qualify this in that, you gotta look at individual campaigns. These are total numbers. So one of the things that we've got to think about is as you deploy this and you actually do it at scale, you can actually start to look at individual campaigns versus the total bucket of click-through, right? So you really want to get down to that level because you do want to target those personas, right? And then just on a cost, the cost can be a little deceiving when cost per lead. That's a lumped average number. If you're doing things like paid search or you're spending advertising dollars, you have to incorporate those in the actual cost per lead. Ours is extremely low because we're doing probably none of that, right? So there's a bit of a difference between our cost per lead and then these industry averages. The low cost is $50 to $250 in the community college space. And believe it or not, in the high cost, it's $900 to $1,100 per lead. So if you're up in that range, you better be closing if you're spending that kind of money, right?
Yep.
So, okay, Dr. Merritt.
Thank you for that context. That's great. So we're going to move on and talk about just a couple case studies from the pilot colleges. So 2 concrete examples of what this looks like on the ground at our local colleges. So Carteret Community College was a brand new implementation. They came in facing challenges that many of the colleges face that we found from the survey: limited staff, data integration issues. And the support that was provided focused on hands-on data testing, application setup, direct coordination with Element 451, and has seen success so far and really positive feedback from Carteret specifically. Blue Ridge was another kind of very different scenario because they were an existing 451 customer and really had struggled after a rather incomplete implementation. So the support that was provided, the additional training that was provided, the hands-on platform configuration, and there was a lot of data correction work that was done at Blue Ridge because they, as the team dug in, they just found that some of the data setup was incomplete and was incorrect in certain places. So we had to make sure that they were leveraging the system with the correct data to get the best bang for their buck. So one participant, I think this is at Blue Ridge, put it this way: it felt like swimming in a big ocean alone before this support was provided, and that's what system level infrastructure is designed to address, and where we can go with this. So what's next for CRM, which brings us to where we can go from here. We think the data is pretty clear. Is a CRM is only as effective as the team and the processes behind it. So colleges need to be well resourced and supported to get real value from these investments. But system level support needs to address 4 things as far as we can see it today: pricing transparency from the platforms, ongoing training and best practices, dependable customer service, and we need to leverage for the system as a whole on issues like data integrity, and some of the, I've already said pricing transparency, but we just think that individual colleges negotiating alone, don't have this leverage, but the system does. So we're really hoping that we can continue to look at a system level a plan, and we're going to talk about that here on the next slide. So today we're not asking the board to pick a vendor. We're not asking for specific authorization. I think what we're asking for is some consensus and discussion about doing the work that leads to the decision responsibly, with full data, with college input built in. We want to co-design this plan with the colleges, with the President's Association, with the Technology Committee, making sure that specifically We think that there's some components and some next steps that are involved with this. Inventory the existing contracts and the current system spending, complete a resource and gap analysis to define the scope and the funding need, and then return to the board with a formal business case, business plan, and a funding request for approval. We think the pilot has demonstrated that this can work. The survey, confirmed that the need is real, but we think the next step is building the case to do it right at scale for 58 colleges and to develop a deployment plan that fits into the overall transformation roadmap. I think one thing I'll add that's kind of off script is as we look at the impact data that we've seen so far, we need to recognize that these colleges have only, many of these colleges are just completing one enrollment cycle or entering into an enrollment cycle that have been in this pilot college. So when we look at return on investment, when it comes to enrollment numbers, we're going to continue to see that and those numbers and be able to dig deeper into those specifically with this project that we've deployed here over this next calendar year. So with that, we welcome the board's discussion and questions and direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Merritt. Are there questions at this time?
Just one quick point. This isn't new technology. I mean, this has been deployed for well over 20 years now. The difference today is that these tools are AI enabled and it's growing every day. It does two things. What it does is it reduces the amount of resource you need to implement it, and it improves the customer experience dramatically. So to me, there's really nothing more critical than this. And when we combine it with, at some point, the ability to have access to data of unemployed folks in high school, these tools will be invaluable and dramatically increase the response rate. It'll be consistent, and our close rate will be dramatically higher because we're engaging the students the way students want to get engaged. And the paradigm that's going on now in technology is, if you go back 20 years, everything was software as a service. Today, a lot of those SaaS companies are going to go broke because what they provided now is integrated into base applications with AI. And I think some of the experiences we have with Ellucian right now is, with the ERP deployment, is a lot of the programs the colleges deployed aren't required in the new Ellucian system. So we can't do this quick enough to help drive enrollment.
So the
customer experience.
Yeah, the only comment I'll make to that is that it's a balance. So we got to balance the colleges that have it deployed need to keep doing what they're doing. And that last bullet, or second to last bullet, is how it fits in the landscape and how do we minimize the impact to the colleges in the transformation. So one thought is, do you include the single instance of CRM as part of the banner deployment? So those are the things we have to think about and talk about.
As you evaluate the barriers to acceptance and success here that you started out with, to what degree do these systems, you say the element system has been widely adopted, to what extent in your experience do these systems differ in user friendliness and the extent to which that barrier is overcome? And is that part of the, I assume that's part of the assessment overall, whether the user resistance is significant and what accounts for it, and to what extent the system itself can help alleviate it?
Yeah, I started my career 20 plus years ago using a system, but it was not this one. And I've worked at two colleges where we used systems that were, not the one I've mentioned today. So I've not used it directly, to be honest with you. So I don't know if the team, do you want to answer something? Yep. I'm gonna let Nathan step up and answer that question directly.
I think one of the things that we've seen with CRM is really the audience that it's targeting. And so a lot of CRMs are built for business, are built for B2B or really specific use cases for private industry. It is catching up now where we are seeing a lot more interest and a lot more activity in CRMs for education and specifically higher education. And then most recently here in this last 18 months to 2 years, we've really seen some emerging technology and emerging platforms specifically for community colleges. So in terms of ease of use, there are certainly a huge variance in that. And some of these are extremely comprehensive systems and maybe prohibitively so, that they are overwhelming for teams to use. There's at times more functionality than there is use case on the campuses themselves. And so making sure that we right size that and making sure that we're really clear on our technical requirements as we move forward is going to be really, really critical.
So the only thing I'll add is that I don't think resistance is the issue here, right? It's education. It's how do we scale this thing, utilize the system office, utilize the colleges that are way ahead as far as deployment, implementation. How do we use those colleges to scale the rest? I think it's new to many of them, and it's a learning thing. It's not a resistance in my mind. It's a matter of embracing it and then the technology and understanding how to use it.
Yeah, but learning can ease over into resistance if it becomes too difficult or too cumbersome. And I think it's very important to lower some of those barriers to the extent we can in terms of the kind of initial experience, superficial experience that people have that leads them to go further, want to go further.
When you look at just yourself, right? So you go on your phone, you make a comment, or you're talking to your spouse or significant other. The next thing you know, you're starting to see advertisements on your phone, right? It's listening, and that capability is there. And the challenge you have is each one of these things needs to be set up uniquely, meaning if I want to target a certain audience for a certain class or curriculum, then you have to create that campaign. And all I'm saying is each school right now is having to create that. The 66% that have deployed it, somebody in their organization is creating that. I'm suggesting we should, from here, figure out where those targets are. We should create the campaigns and let the colleges just modify them with their logo, et cetera. That's how you scale this.
Mr. Chairman, question. What's your timeline, Dr. Merritt, on these next steps?
It's a great question. And
You better answer before the chairman does.
I'm happy to, in a 7. So we would like to bring back, we talked about the plan that we'd like to bring back. I think, in the pre-meeting we had, we talked about bringing back a plan at the May meeting, the May 2026 meeting for the board. So again, in my final remarks for the final slide, what I said is I'd really like to make sure that we co-create this plan with the colleges, with the technology committee specifically. I've seen President Engel over here writing some notes, Mr. Ottman, and nodding at me a couple of times. So he might even want to chime in on the answer to that question. But I really think that by May 2026, if we could have a plan to come back to the committee, if that's acceptable for the chairman, then that would. And I know we have a certain timeline in mind for deployment, but yeah.
I'd like to answer Congressman Price's question. I really appreciate your question because it's all about user experience, which is the student. Tomorrow, we're going to announce the first time ever, we're going to have a user experience council made up of students that will be testing all these new technologies and giving us feedback of the direction we should take. So again, I look at the student as our customer. We've got to do business the way they want to do business. We got to engage them the way they're used to being engaged. And today they're all engaged on this to a large degree. But tomorrow we'll give you we're going to lay out all the details of this new council of students that the Student Government Association and the presidents have supported to provide insight into the decisions this board is making directly.
And let me mention last month, I did mention it at the meeting, but we did have a banner demo for the student group, and it was very positive, the feedback from Bannock Scott and his user group when Aleutian did the 2B banner solution. Chris?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question, maybe two questions. One, our top, say, 8 community colleges, do they all have systems? And are they, if they do, are they the same? And then secondly, what do North Carolina public universities use as systems?
So ask the second question one more time. I'm sorry.
What are other North Carolina
Universities. Okay.
public universities using?
Not sure I have the answer to that one unless Nathan or anyone else does. We do know that the top eight in size in our system are using Element. Yeah. Here and behind me, the UNC system uses Salesforce.
They got lots of money, so they can do that.
Not sure where that came from, but three people said it behind me, so it must be right? So, Mr. Chairman, if President Engel could have the floor.
Absolutely. We'd love Chairman Engel or Mr. Buxton would like to say something. That'd be good too.
That's a new title for me. Thank you so much. It is great to be here with you all today. And thank you so much for the work on this. I can tell you we're one of the pilot colleges at Alamance Community College, and we are incredibly excited about CRM and what it has done for us. Our enrollment right now is up 15.5%, which certainly, thank you so much. And I can tell you a big part of what we see as a driver for some of that success is what CRM has been able to help us automate and be able to provide. So we're incredibly thankful for the project and for the work that it's done. There are 3 big things I would say that asking about adoption specifically and talking with other colleges and just even the little talks that we're able to have here in the back of the room. Cost is certainly a barrier. So the ability to have a system-wide contract that really helps to reduce the cost burden for us would be tremendously beneficial. The ability to share, as Mr. Ottman mentioned, the ability to share resources between colleges. We have one of the best CIOs in the state here with us, Rebecca Anderson, who has done a lot of great work at Forsyth Tech with Element 451. It is very difficult right now for them to share those resources with others just because of the way the system currently allows and supports that. I think that would be tremendously beneficial. And education resources for our faculty and staff. We don't see barriers to adoption from a willingness to do it, quite honestly, on our campus as it's rolled out. Our teams have been incredibly excited. They just have to learn how to and learn how to do things differently. So if the system is able to help us accomplish those things, I think we can see tremendous success and are very excited about it. Sure. So we use it. Sorry, I'm not as tall as Brian. So we use it for campaign management, specifically for enrollment and retention campaigns for our students, as well as for other use cases where we're engaging with students or community members who we're trying to bring on campus. And it started out very specifically for us, focused on how do we try and get more students and automate a lot of the touch points that we have in the early process of that enrollment cycle. I think someone mentioned earlier the amount of time it takes to return an initial call on interest. We try and do that very quickly, but it went from not weeks, thankfully, but maybe a couple of days to minutes where that automation could step in and really make that as streamlined as possible. But there are areas beyond that we've been able to create. So if you all will recall, Leon's Law was passed relatively recently and had a very short turnaround for implementation for the colleges. We were able to spin that up and get that up and running within a day of Leon's Law coming to us, and had over 1,000 people respond to it within just a couple of weeks, those students, to meet that legislative requirement. So it really has simplified some of those what historically have been really manual processes for student engagement for us. But that enrollment management is the big piece.
We talk about enrollment, but can you talk about how it helps completion? Or maybe JB Buxton knows. Yeah, how do we retain and then drive completion?
Absolutely. Well, one of the big areas for retention, at least for us, and I would dare not speak for JB or Dr. Lee, but is we know that staying in contact with students, keeping those touch points high where we're checking in on them, where we're making sure they're making satisfactory academic progress, where we know that they're engaged in their classes is massively important. Now, you know, a lot of times students don't succeed in our classes, not because of what happens in the classroom, but because of things that come up outside of the classroom, whether it be transportation issues, childcare issues, they're working. And so the more that we can connect with those students and say, hey, how are you doing? How are you progressing? Do you need help? Is there something that you don't have access to that you need? We are able to keep those students more effectively. And it really has made that a lot easier to do. If you're doing that manually, that's somebody picking up the phone or writing an email. With the CRM, we have the ability to automate that and say, automatically check in with these students, see how they're doing, get a quick response. And then as that escalates, you know, as there's signals that come from the system, it lets us know, okay, who do we need to pick up the phone and call? Who do we need to go see? You know, what faculty member do we need to talk to and make sure that they're helping that student navigate whatever their challenges? And that directly impacts retention for us because we know if we keep them connected and we keep them engaged, it's a lot more likely that we're going to keep them at the college. Absolutely.
Dr. Engel, oh, sorry. Oh, Dr. Engel, is it premature to measure any increases in retention or persistence at this point?
So we've been in place. We were one of the first pilot groups. Saying fully implemented would probably be too aggressive of a statement. We're learning every day and still implementing, but about a year we've had it in place. Our retention is up about 4 to 5% at our last look. Now, there's a lot of factors that certainly go into that, but I think CRM certainly helps with that. Enrollment overall, as I mentioned, is up significantly, and it's up significantly in populations that that historically can be more challenging. Adult students, we see an increase in our adult student population. So we are seeing direct measurable results already that we feel confident we can attribute to CRM. As more time goes on, we'll be able to nail that down even further. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Merritt.
Thank you all.
Okay, if there's no other questions, is there any new business to come before the committee? All right. So can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Okay, you've all heard it? All of those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We're adjourned.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call the March meeting of the Strategic Planning Committee to order. I want to welcome everyone, and I'm going to ask Alex Doles if she will call the roll to check for a quorum, please.
Dr. Dale McInnes,
Here?
Honorable Sam Searcy,
Here.
Mr. John Kane, Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. David Lowry, Mr. Scott Ottman, Mr. Bannock Scott, Ms. Sarah West, Mr. Terry Yergin. We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome again to everybody. I'm now going to ask Dr. Barraclough if he will read our ethics awareness and conflict of interest statement.
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Hearing none, the record will so reflect.
Okay. Thank you. Our first item of business is the agenda for today's meeting. Can I have a motion to approve our agenda as presented?
Move approval.
I have a motion and a second from Ms. West, motion from Mr. Yergin. All those in favor? Any opposed? The agenda stands to be approved. Thank you. Next item of business is the approval of minutes from the February 19th meeting. Do we have any corrections to the minutes from members of the committee? If there are no corrections, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Mr. Kane, do I have a second? Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. Is there any discussion on the minutes? There being none, can I have a vote to see all those in favor of aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Thank you. We have one information item this month. As promised, we're beginning to analyze the goals of the current 2022-26 strategic plan as we wrap that up. And today we're going to dive into goal number 2, which focuses on access and enrollment. I want to thank up front the team here at the system office for their work on putting this together. We started about 6 weeks ago. Dr. Barraclough, Dr. Snyder, Emily Smale, Alex Doles, Alex Fagg, I appreciate their help. It's a very, very, very good story that we're going to tell today. This is more than just a report. It's more than just a scorecard. I think there's a story that this information can tell us. We have 3 goals we want to try to accomplish today, and I think this report can serve 3 purposes. One, I think it could be a reference tool for the board members. So hold on to it. That's the reason it's printed out for you to be able to keep. Number 2, I think it can help begin the conversation about our tactics, metrics, KPIs for the next strategic plan and build on some current conversations we're having with other committees. And lastly, I think you're going to find it'll reinforce the work that we're doing to advocate for our legislative request. So as we look at the report, goal number 2, we've talked about that. Here, let me frame it out for you. We are going back in time a little bit to give you some context on not only how our enrollment's done this past year or 2, but the trend that we've seen since 2018-19. We picked that moment in time because of the impact the COVID pandemic had on our colleges and on our enrollment and the recovery that we've seen our colleges enjoy. Now, on the next page, you're going to see, and this is a reference tool for you. We use terms like FTE all over the place. I wanted to make sure you had this defined so that it was always available to you and you don't have to wonder, what does that stand for again? It also gives you some distinctions between student count and FTE. Student count is the same as head count. FTE is the mechanism we're funded by, as counting hours. Okay, so just some basic terminology for your benefit. So how have we rebounded from the COVID pandemic? Let's take a look at that. So we look at the baseline of 2018-19. We can see that in 2020, we saw a huge decline. As most of us remember, on March 12th, 2020, Governor Cooper shut the state down, and that impacted our colleges and our students dramatically. Since that moment in time, we've seen continuous gradual growth and improvement as we rebuilt our enrollments. We've used that 2018 number as our baseline, going back to where have we recovered back to pre-COVID. We dropped 17%, but since that decline, we've rebounded and recovered more than 23% as a system. So the blue line is FTE, the red line is head count. Head count's always going to be a bigger number because it takes more students to make one FTE. Okay? Now, I asked for this to be put in here because historically, our enrollment has matched up to the unemployment rate. We've been very sensitive at all levels across the state. When unemployment's high, our enrollment goes up within a few months. What we're seeing now is historic. We're actually seeing unemployment go down while our enrollment continues to increase. That's a clear sign that something different is happening. And we're going to talk about what's happening to make this special. It's local leadership, local innovation, adapting each college to the needs of its local community and what those counties need that's different from somewhere else. We're going to talk about the enrollment cliff we've been hearing about. Now, if you hadn't heard about the enrollment cliff, that's the demographic shift where there'll be fewer college-age students coming in the next few years. And colleges and universities have been bracing for this for a long time. Well, we're not going to talk about the enrollment cliff today as much as the capacity ceiling that we're facing, because we can't continue to grow without additional resources and support. No organization can grow indefinitely with the same resources. So let's talk about how it's changed and what that looks like. So one of the surprises for me was it hasn't changed much in terms of our program mix. In 2018-19, almost 80% of our students were in curriculum, 15% in short-term workforce, and 5% in basic skills. That's where FTE was distributed. Almost exactly the same in the fall of 2025. Now, I'm also going to mention this. We're counting fall to fall. We're not doing whole years. This is fall to fall. It makes it a lot more straightforward, and it gives you the most current information. So it's not going to look like these are annual numbers. This is fall to fall data. So we didn't see a big shift. All right. When we look at curriculum versus workforce in terms of head count, we didn't see a big shift. No change there. Still staying basically the same as it was in FTE. Okay. When we look at what are they taking? Are they in transfer? Are they in career and technical education? Are they in workforce? We don't see a big shift there. So those are staying pretty constant. That was a surprise. I expected to see a big increase in workforce and continuing education. Basic skills, exactly the same. So the distribution is the same.
What's the, or some examples between workforce, continuing education, and basic skills?
So basic skills is high school equivalency. Those are the students that are seeking a high school equivalency. All right. Now, when I showed a draft of this report to the chairman, he asked, what about the national comparisons? A great question. So I had this slide created to give you some context of how is our growth compared to the rest of the country. So since the pandemic, we've seen the nationwide numbers for community colleges, they're 3% above where they were at the beginning of the pandemic. So they've recovered, but just barely. They're just about back to break even. Okay? In North Carolina, that increase is 12%. We're 4 times the national average. Okay? So that gives you some context into just how special the work that's happening at these local colleges really is. At the same time, a little chart on the side shows the what's happening with our universities. 49% of our undergraduates are enrolled at our community college compared to 37% nationally. So we have been very competitive in looking at the rest of the country. We're leading the way very clearly. All right. I have to give the gold medal idea to Bill Snyder. He came up with this because he wanted to make sure everybody saw that our students that transfer in with a degree and enroll at one of our 4-year universities are leading the way. So it's not just about enrollment, it's about success. It's about results. Compared to the native students, the college, university to university transfers and the private transfers, our students are excelling as transfer students. Okay? Now, what does this mean in terms of what's happening at our colleges that's generated this growth? When we talk about leadership and innovation, what do we mean? This is an example of how our colleges have adapted and evolved as a result of the pandemic and the shifts in culture, the shifts in society, and our students' lives. In 2018-19, less than a third of our students were in online classes. Today, it's almost 50%. Okay? Almost 50% were traditional. They were showing up in classes. Today, that's less than a quarter that are in person. That's transformative. And that took a lot of work and effort on the part of our faculty, staff, and administration at each college to find the right recipe on how to adapt and evolve to serve their communities and their students. They came up with new techniques like HiFlex and the hybrid models that we didn't even have before. They adopted new technologies. So their innovation and leadership are on full display as evidenced here. That's how we were able to grow. We had to change the way we did business. Okay? When we look at dual enrollment, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thanks, Tim. Just the online, 49% on, is that like all online?
No, that's they may be taking one class, but that's the FTE that's generated online. That's the total hours of online instruction.
It's 50%.
Yep.
Or 40, yeah.
49, right at 50.
Wow.
Yep. It's huge. It's huge. All right. Let's go back to dual enrollment. All right. Another big shift, another reason why we've been able to make this grow, we pivoted and looked inward and took the student population that was right next door, our dual enrollment classes. We've had the ability to do CCP, or Career and College Promise, for almost 20 years, but having the partnerships with our local school systems allowed us to magnify and amplify that. So now it's gone from 17% of our students to 23. Now, I made sure we put on here the cooperative innovative high schools, the early college high schools. They don't get a lot of attention, but they're very successful. These students do extremely well. The reason it hasn't grown is because we're limited right now by statute on how many schools we can have and what their population can be. There's a cap of 400 students, I believe. Jeff, is that right? 400. So no matter how successful we are with them, there's a ceiling placed on these high schools. And they're the most successful public high schools in the state. I wanted to give a shout out to them and all the colleges that host them.
Just a point you made earlier, go back, is that in that CCP, there's no workforce programs in there.
Very
Or
few.
credentials. It's
Very
like-
few.
It's all
Very-
curriculum, right?
Very few. Most of these are going to be curriculum. The law changed 3 or 4 years ago to allow us to offer, Dr. Merritt, I think I'm saying this correctly, and very few of our dual enrollment classes right now are offered anyway but curriculum. I think there's a sampling of non-curriculum classes that are offered, but there's an opportunity to do more. Okay? One of the reasons I wanted to show you this is to magnify just how each college adapts to serve its local community. Things here we don't talk a lot about. Prison education, correctional students. If you have a prison in your community, you are taking advantage of that and providing service to those students and those institutions. We gave you the top 5 or 6 in each of these categories to give you a sampling. At Pamlico, for example, over a third of their students are housed in their local correctional institution. All right, that's an important part of the mission, and they're taking everything from curriculum classes to workforce to earning their high school equivalency. And that's true, but it's only 2.2% or 2.3% of our total enrollment, but it's a big piece at these colleges. So every college has their own formula, their own mix. Martin, over a third of their students are dual enrolled. Critical piece of what they do. But it's only 18% for the system. Generally speaking, the larger the college, the smaller the impact dual enrollment has. The 18 to 24, it's leading the way there, but that's closer to the system average. Out-of-state's a really interesting point. We've talked as a board about Tri-County Community College and the special legislation they have, and they're obviously leading the way. We only have 2.2% of our total enrollment is from out-of-state students, okay? Tri-County is at 10 because of that special work legislation they have to do that work. But we have colleges that aren't border counties, like Stanley and Wake, that are more than double the state average because they are putting online classes out, marketing and targeting students from across the country. Okay? So my message here is everybody finds the right recipe, the right formula to serve their population and to take advantage of their strengths. Okay? How is it varied by college? So we looked at the big picture. I wanted to give you a sense of where we are and where our different colleges stand. So there's 2 different tables here. One that shows the percentage growth from 18 to 19. That's led by James Sprunt. And then the ranking by size and where we are right now. Wake Tech, the largest one. And this is very telling because their volume growth has been tremendous. And you can see we've only almost 2 to 1, the colleges that have grown compared to the colleges that have lost. And this is happening across the state. So it's not bound to one geographic region, not urban or rural. It's across the state. So we're seeing local leadership and innovation at play here, driving the good work that's going on. Okay. Now, this ties into, there's an addendum that you've got with your packet, and it looks like this. It's a little spreadsheet. This shows what our budget request is for our enrollment growth. $102,176,661. All right. Alex, you've got that number memorized, I imagine, by now. That's a result of the growth that our colleges enjoyed from 2023-24 to 2024-25. So now we're stepping back from the 8-year window and drilling down to just the last 2 years. This is something we have to ask for every year. It's not automatic. Now, if we decline and there's a budget cut as a result of it, that's automatic. We don't get to have a choice about that. But every year, if we grow, To my memory, Philip, this is the largest increase we've had. This is the largest budget increase we've had in the history of this system, I believe. That's a huge accomplishment. And the handout you're getting shows where that growth took place. 53 of the 58 colleges grew during this time period. Only 5 declined. I think 14 are over 10%. And the decline in colleges, most of that was impacted by the hurricanes in the western part of the state. So we did see some impact in that. But if you look at this chart, you're going to see that both large and small, rural and urban, western, central, eastern colleges all had success. And the college that led the way with 20% growth, 20.6% growth to be exact, was Bladen Community College. And her president's right here. Let's give Dr. Mandy Lee a big hand. Growth is not straight line, it's cyclical. And many times it takes a couple of bad years to have a really good year. So we can't continue to grow at this rate, it's unsustainable. But when it does happen, it needs to be acknowledged and celebrated. We also see on here that Central Piedmont Community College had the largest volume increase, over 2,200 students. So it's a question of both percentage and volume. When we look at the large and small colleges, that's what it tells us. Our large colleges drive volume, our small colleges drive local impact. The large colleges, you can see the difference here. Large colleges on the map. I like the maps personally. I think the maps really give you a clear idea of where our colleges are and what's happening geographically. Plus, if you don't know the state, it's a great way to learn it. So you see Wake Tech and Central Piedmont standing out. So that's where the head count, the volume is. When we look at the small colleges, we see they have a huge, go to the map. I think the map's a good view. So this map shows you who's got the deepest market penetration. If you look at 25%, the 0.25, that's the proportion of their enrollment to their population. All right? You can see the impact, 1 out of 4. A huge, huge impact you see. I think it's College of Albemarle. Is that College of Albemarle? That's, yeah. And then, let's see. I always tend to want to look at Richmond. I can't do that anymore. But Southeastern, 0.25. Got some great impacts happening here at our small colleges. They reach the highest percentage of their local population, all right? Let's go back. There you go. Keep on going. So how does this line up? We've been talking about Propel for a long time, and I'm going to wrap this up. How does this line up with Propel? So that's part of the reason I want you to keep this, because if anybody ever asks you about it, you've got the workforce sectors and the numbers at your fingertips. So when we look at our enrollment in the current Propel workforce sectors, they're about 35%, a little more than a third, are currently enrolled in these workforce sectors. Almost a quarter are in transfer, almost 10% in basic skills, and almost a third are in our other technical programs, all right? This gives you the raw numbers in the workforce sectors. The largest ones are trades and transportations and public safety and first responders, okay? All right. Now, this is a really key slide because this reinforces this concept of the capacity ceiling. For each color, we have 18,618 students in healthcare 1. This is nursing, imaging, radiography. And we had 5,476 completers, but there were 14,633 openings. All right? We didn't have the capacity to meet the demand. You can see the average salaries sitting out there by the side. And in every case but one, I think, we don't have the graduates we're not putting out the graduates to meet the needs of our employers. Okay? All right. Now, lastly, I want to show you why this is also important. 1.1 million North Carolinians don't have a documented skill. 221,000 don't have a high school diploma. In today's economy, in today's workforce, they're not going to get the high demand, high skill, high wage jobs without credentials. That's our population. Those are our potential students because they don't have anywhere else to go but their community college in their community. And that's where our focus needs to be, is aligning these students with those opportunities and those jobs that we've identified in Propel. And if we can do that, if we can match that up, if we can lift that ceiling with additional capacity, we can stay number one in business. We can stay number one in workforce across the country. But if we don't, we're going to lose our momentum, and we are going to see the growth that we've worked so hard to build at every college begin to wane. So the time for the investment in Propel and our enrollment funding couldn't be more critical. Also, the time for the services and support from the system, because you heard a great discussion led by Scott Ottman about CRM. We've been talking about the ERP. So it's not just about needing more money. It's about needing tools and support at every college that's standardized so that no college is left behind. We don't want 56 colleges with CRMs and the other two can't figure out what to do. We need the same experience for every student and the best possible experience at every college. So at that point, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have 241.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody know who they are? Do we know, I mean, do we have contact information for those folks or the 970?
I don't know. Dr. Cox?
The question is how you make, I know you ran a program before where students took courses and dropped out and you recontacted them and said, hey, by the way, you were going for this degree, but you've actually earned a degree and we want to let you know you can get a diploma. You got a diploma. You have a degree now. How do you market to those folks? How do we get that message to those folks? It's not going to be with billboards or direct mail, but I mean, I don't think they understand the opportunities available and that they're in their backyard.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just weigh in quickly to answer that question. So the program you're referencing was our NC Reconnect program targeting adult learners. We did in partnership with John and Belk Endowment. And yes, that program, we were able to connect directly because those had been our students before. So they had started with us, but didn't finish a degree or credential. We were able to reach back out and invite them back in. This group is a little bit harder to target, but I do think we can take some of the lessons learned from NC Reconnect on how to do more targeted messaging. And one of the lessons learned from that NC Reconnect was that they didn't care about seeing billboards of our beautiful campuses and you know all that stuff. It was about jobs. Enroll today, earn $50,000 in 18 weeks. So in this truck driver training program or this electrician program. So I think we can apply some of those lessons learned and think, how do we do targeted outreach to this population of citizens out there across the state?
I think there's two components to that, Mr. Chairman. One is the college presidents and their faculty and staff know their communities. And the smaller the community, the better they know them. And they also know the different agencies that are working with and supporting many of these folks. The partnerships that we have with Human Services, with NC Works, with the other agencies that have contact with many of these folks, I think we're going to have to magnify and amplify how we can get connected to them through those resources. But there's no single answer. There's going to have to be a combination of 58 different answers coordinated on a system level. And we're going to have to do a better job because these are the folks that are our future students. And, but we've been, I think, making some progress between the Boost NC and the Reconnect program. I think they just need to be brought to scale. The problem is we pilot these and we're doing it at isolated cases in a small number of colleges, but we're not being consistent and we're not putting it to scale. So that's a capacity issue as well.
Well, let me just, if I could follow up, Mr. Congress, but somebody knows there's 241,383. So the question is, do we get access to unemployment records where, I mean, is there, again, somebody's counting this and tracking it. So there's got to be names associated. And are there big pieces of that, like unemployed people, to let them know there's an opportunity right in their backyard and leverage things like CRM to touch those people on a regular basis?
I think we're going to have to dig up an answer to it. Dr. Snyder.
That's the American Community Survey, so it's based on census. So when they survey folks as far as like, understand their highest, education level and so forth, that's where to get the information back. So really there's no, directory of individual records. These are mostly just estimates based on census data.
All right. Before I take any more questions, I want to turn this over to Alex. Thank you, Bill. So before we run out of time, because Alex has worked really hard to tie in his legislative appeal to the information that we've got right here. So Alex, if you can, and then I'll open it up for questions and comments.
Sounds good. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. You mentioned breaking through the ceiling, accelerating. That's exactly what Propel does. It equips us to break through that capacity ceiling in our workforce demand programs. Forward thinking, aligning with the growth that you just saw, the rebounding, and the situation of the ever-changing state of North Carolina. So what you have in front of you is something that we have put together, this document right here. It's an advocacy material, information material on propellancy. I'll say it's in draft form. We have a couple of changes and tweaks that we're going to make to this. But this digs one step deeper and complements this presentation. If you look through it, you'll see some intro about Propel, what it means, the value that it drives and brings, and then you'll go into each individual workforce sector particularly, and then we will list out, and then you will see occupations. Those occupations are grouped together, bundled together with similar occupation coding, if you will. If we didn't do that, it would be, the document would be hundreds of pages long. So when you look at it, you will see like nursing, for example, we've identified the number of annual job openings, the number of annual completers that come through this system, and then the average salary associated with that. Across all of these priority workforce sectors, last year we had 100,000 graduates, estimated $5.4 billion in earned revenue from those graduates. So we're talking about large impacts, large numbers. And what this document will do and does is paint the picture of what we can do with added capacity and the value that we can bring with Propel to meet that annual job opening and demand. Like I said, this is in draft form. What we're going to do is we're going to do some modeling and projecting with the Propel funding and see if we can project out what impacts the funding would have. For example, in the healthcare sector, how much do we see the market shift in our capacity to meet those demands and close that gap, if that makes sense, in each of these sectors and occupations. So again, lots of data, had to bundle stuff together. I'll mention again on the one thing on the completers, that includes the individuals who come back to us for retraining, recertification, reskilling. This happens a lot, especially in the public safety first responder programs. So they're not all new entries into the market. A primary mission that we have is that retraining and reskilling with the local partnerships. So with that, Dr. McGinnis, I will wrap up.
Thank you. I think Mr. Ottman had a question. Okay, Dr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Um, Going back to that initial slide about the breakdown among curriculum, workforce, continuing education, and basic skills, what does the cross tab look like between that and the Propel share? Is there any way to indicate what that looks like and what the funding implications would be for obviously an increment for Propel?
So, you know, 1/3, if you look at our total students, 210,494, so 1/3 of our students were already enrolled. Is that the slide you're referencing?
No, I'm talking about early on. You were talking about the current breakdown
Right.
of FTEs and student bodies. And I'm asking, when you look at those students and what they're studying and what programs they're enrolled in, how does the Propel NC versus the rest compare for those subcategories?
That would be it. That's it right there. So over 1/3 are enrolled in Propel right now.
Okay, but is that curriculum students and workforce training?
Yes, it's both.
That's combined. Would
Yes.
would it be useful at all to sort that out one more iteration to see how the curriculum students break down and how the workforce training students break down?
I think you could, but I think for the purposes of what we're doing right here in terms of the credentials, this gives us a pretty good idea of where they're at. I think the next, you could do a full analysis on nothing but this slide. That could be a report by itself if you wanted to really dissect it and go into detail on it. Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, I think the relevance of Propel to everything we're doing is important to underscore, and that would include all classes and subclasses of students. And I mean, I wonder about those things, and I wonder if potential funders don't worry about such things, or, you know, just curious, you know, what.
I think that's worthy of further examination. It sure is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. West, did you have a question? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
We were talking before the committee meetings with some of the team here, and I was reciting some numbers, some percentages that I think I'd recited before at this meeting several months ago. But as I listened to your presentation, those numbers, those statistics kind of surface up as being really important. So if you look at healthcare in Northern Regional Hospital, which is a rural hospital, we employ 1,200. So it's the largest industry, the largest business in our community by far. And I would submit that's probably the case for most hospitals across North Carolina. That I asked my human resources vice president, what percent of our employees, 1,200 employees, were educated or trained at a community college? You know what the number? 75%. So as I think about, and David Lowry may have a different number, but not just healthcare, most of my colleagues would agree with that number. Now, I don't know how that translates to other industries, but I would bet that the number, the percent is very high outside the healthcare industry. I think that's very important to understand. The other number, the percent of our employees that had degrees, that were licensed, that were registered in their profession, that received their education at community college, 75%. Most of our employees went to a community college, and those that were licensed received their training at a community college. So as goes the community college, as goes, frankly, Northern Regional Hospital and probably hospitals like ours across this state. So I just emphasize that because community college system is exceedingly important to healthcare, as it is non-healthcare industries across the state.
Thank you, Chris. Dr. Lowry. Thank you, Dr. Larry. It's a great point. Before we wrap up, we just got a couple of minutes left. I would like to call on Dr. Lee. If you can come forward and give us your reactions to this and let me know what we didn't talk about or what did we miss and what would you add on behalf of the presidents?
Well, thank you. So I have had an opportunity to work with the team that pulled this together. So I've been very excited for this report to be shared. I had not seen the handout that you gave out. I would have been even more excited had I known about that one. I do think that this presentation truly helps us tell the story. Some of the information you just shared. My own hospital, 70% of the nurses, my own hospital, 70% of our nurses were trained at Bladen Community College. So I think that's another statement that when you're trained locally, you stay local. So we need to have these opportunities to have this information that we can share with a wider audience to help tell the story that we all know so well personally. So thank you, Dale, and to your team for pulling this together. I think it's great information that we can all use and build off of.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. No other comments. We've reached the point where I'd ask for new business. Is there any new business from our committee? There being none, is there a motion to adjourn? A motion from Ms. West, second? I have a second, Mr. Jurgen. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready? I don't think I need to use the gavel. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting of the Finance Committee of the State Board of Community Colleges to order. It is 1:57. I'd like to say it was the vice chair that made us late, but it wasn't. It was the chair. Yeah. Ms. Herring, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lisa Eastet,
Here.
Miss Paula Benson. Here. The Labor Commissioner Luke Farley. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tom Looney. Mr. Robert Moore. Mr. Scott Ottman. The Honorable Sam Searcy.
I think he said he'd be a little late getting in.
Mr. Ray Trapp.
Present.
Madam, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I will now read the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest Reminder. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. I see no conflict, so let the record reflect. You have had a chance, hopefully, to review the agenda for today, March 19th. Are there any changes, additions, deletions to note? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said agenda. Thank you. Is there a second? I would think Mr. Moore and Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. You also have before you the minutes from February 19th, 2026. Any changes we should be aware of? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said minutes. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. Well, we've had two very exciting agenda committee meetings so far. We really hope to keep your attention with our first item on quality acceptance inspectors. So, attachment FC01, service agreement for a quality acceptance inspector. This is a 3-year agreement with Wake Tech Community College, not to exceed $387,000 and 387, okay. A little over $387,000 to provide a quality acceptance inspector. So prior to June of 2018, this position or this job was provided by the Division of Purchasing and Contract. After that time, this was the onus of the colleges. Not all colleges have the ability to provide this sort of inspection. So, or can field an inspector, but per the state's general statute 66-25, quote, all electrical materials, devices, appliances, and equipment shall be evaluated for safety and suitability for intended use. So again, not all colleges can field an inspector, so the system has contracted with Wake Tech to provide this service, to perform these services to nationally normed standards. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC01, service agreement, for the quality acceptance inspector. Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chair. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. The next two items are State Board fund requests. The first item is a request for, in regards to a residency licensure. It is a $19,000 request that will go to Wayne Community College as the project lead. These funds will be dedicated to project coordination and will support course development and professional development for instructors for the residency teacher licensure project. So Dr. Merritt, do you want to get up, come up and talk a little bit more about the courses being developed?
Happy to do that. Thank you for consideration of this request. The residency licensure program, we've discussed this for a few meetings in our programs committee over the past few months. We had 6 new licensure program pathways approved last month. But these are pathways for individuals with bachelor's degrees to enter the classroom to pursue licensure, teaching licensure in North Carolina. So we know the significant teacher shortages. We know that we have these EPP pathways for students with bachelor's degrees, but these new pathways that were created last month, 18 new courses were involved with those pathways. So Dr. Mary Olivera, our State Director of Teacher Prep, has partnered with Wayne Community College to basically create some modules and some course resources that will be housed in our open NCC, which is, we've talked about this, it's our open educational resource platform through the virtual learning community. These are course development materials that will be able to be utilized across the 58 as colleges adopt these 18 new courses across the 6 new licensure pathways. That includes middle school, special education, a number of different pathways that were included. So just a high-level overview. Happy to try to answer any questions about it.
I think, Mr. Trapp, did you have a question?
Chair, just quickly, this is a great program. I'm glad that we're taking this up. Just had a question about the cost. It seemed relatively low because this is being scaled statewide. Just wanted to make sure that there were enough funds there. That was the only question.
I think Dr. Olivera is not in the room, but we typically we have a way that we as we bring together and price out the number of instructors that will be leveraged. We typically bring those instructors together at a college, and we work with the college to price that out. So many times it's used to supplement the travel costs for an instructor to come to a specific site. Maybe their overnight stay, that sort of thing. So I believe that 19,000 should cover it. Some of this will be virtual work as well, but typically what we pay is the travel costs for the instructors and time for them to be together when they come together in person.
Perfect. Got it. Just wanted to make sure you had enough because this is definitely important work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Merritt.
Thank you.
Don't go too far. All right. If there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC02, State Board Reserve Fund Request, Residency Licensure. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Okay. FC03, Statewide Course Resource Project, ACA 122. This is a State Board Reserve request for up to $10,000 to support the development of statewide resources for the revised ACA 122 Career and Transfer Success course. Rowan Cabarrus will be the lead on this project. This project involves creating a free shared library of instructional materials developed by a statewide faculty resource team, which also includes our university partners, which will be published, as Dr. Merritt referred to earlier, in our open NCCC OER, which is Open Educational Resources Platform. And I wanted Dr. Merritt to give a little background on that because I wasn't familiar with that platform. And I think he provided me with some background, which I thought was helpful. These materials will be developed before the fall 2026 implementation of this course. The breakdown of the project, the cost, and the timeline is in the materials. So Dr. Merritt?
Sure, thank you. The ACA 122 course, as Chair Estep mentioned, was revised last year. It's now called Transfer and Career Success. Yeah, Transfer and Career Success. It used to be called Transfer Success. This really is a kind of if you think of a first year experience type course for students who come in to help them navigate college, plan their academic path, really support their persistence to completion, but equips them with many of the resources to learn about resources at the college, but also to plan their transfer path. Rowan Cabarrus Community College, they've been very active in the transfer world for years, and they've got some leaders there on the Transfer Advisory Council, but they're working to, the last item that we looked at, there's only a handful of colleges that have that pathway. This involves 58 colleges. 58 of our colleges are offering ACA 122. So really, as we evolve this course, as the colleges evolve this course together, what they're hoping to do is leverage the OER platform that we have to share these resources. But what they'd like to do is, and they've already started this, but polling the colleges to bring those resources together, put them into single course templates, and house them on the open NCC platform so all colleges can share and facilitate the resources from the collective 58 as we evolve this course. So it's another example of leveraging expertise, partnering with some of our staff here at the system to support the 58.
So I think you would share with me that this platform was developed or really kind of went gangbusters during COVID. So it started before COVID, but then it really became popular during COVID it was a way for all 58 to share resources. And it sounds like it's, and some of the VLC, the training materials exist in the OER platform.
Yeah, if you go to it, Kathy Davis and works really closely with the VLC, but if you can just go in Google or go into our website and type in Open NCCC, and it's got all of the clusters of disciplines across our system, course resources, lumped in by discipline, and faculty can go in, create an account. Groups of certain associations have accounts as well where they can share resources together for their respective associations. But you can go in and look at math. You can look at it, the arts. You can look at welding. But instructors go in and can share various resources together. But I think what we like to do is make sure that when we have these projects, we talk about deliverables from these projects. Every project that we, especially since COVID, since this platform's really taken off, we leverage this resource to make sure that the deliverables for many of these State Board Reserve projects are housed and really they're OER. So they're actually out there for the world, not just for the 58.
I just thought it was interesting because we talk a lot about how we provide outreach to students, but we haven't talked a lot about how we provide outreach to faculty and how we share amongst faculty members. So I thought it was important to kind of bring that out. Am I sharing my password with you, Bill McBrayer? I keep getting this. Okay, you did. Okay. Somebody else share because I don't trust him. Yeah. 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 I'm staring at all the IT personnel in the room. That doesn't feel safe to me. Okay, I think we need to vote on FC03. Is there a motion and a second? Or is there a motion to approve attachment FC03 State Board Reserve Fund Request ACA 122? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Moore. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Okay, allocation for oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. 58. So that was 58. Yeah, so we had 69, so 40. Is that right? If I did my math correctly. We had 69 before we started.
So it has to be committed with a contract or something by June 30th. Yes, sir. It's 250,000 is the total number. It kind of goes back in history. At one point in time, it was significantly more funds than that. And the state did these curriculum improvement projects. That was reduced, I'm going to guess 10 years ago. And we've kind of maintained this 250,000 since then. But it's been that consistently that number.
It's been since I've been on the board, you know. Paleolithic area. Yeah. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Attachment FC04 allocation for the North Carolina Career Coach Program. This is an allocation of a little over 659,000 for a 3-year term, which would last through June of 28. And it is for the salary, benefits, professional development, and advising support for career coaches at 9 colleges. And just to give a little background, this is, I think, our 10-year anniversary for the program itself. I was actually around for the initial program, which is really hard to believe. I think it was piloted in 2015. So these coaches are placed in high schools. They are used to help students define career interests, to sign up for programs, to sign up for CCP classes. They are very helpful. The RFP process for this round was a little different, and colleges who did not currently have a career coach were prioritized in this process at this time around. So are there any questions regarding this item? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC04 allocation for North Carolina Career Coach Program. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention also, there were 49 colleges. There are now 49 colleges with this item. There will be 49 colleges funded. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Okay. Moving on to our last for action item, contract for college cybersecurity awareness training. This is for all of you who enjoy clicking on that Nigerian prince request to help move funds. This is a 3-year contract with no before training for the system office and 58 colleges for an amount not to exceed $414,000. It does cover both federally and state mandated compliance training and cybersecurity awareness training. Mr. Fleming, is there anything else I need to add? No? Okay. Are there any questions regarding this? No questions? I would entertain a motion then to approve attachment FC05, contract for college cybersecurity awareness training. Thank you. Is there a second? Anyone? Hello? Thank you, Chair Looney. I know. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Say aye. Yes, sir.
So we have an entire cybersecurity team, right? Is there any reason we can't do this training ourselves and save 400 grand?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. So Stephen Reeves, I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for the Systems Office. I champion this particular product. This is the product that our K through 12 space, the state uses. And so what it does that the ISOs can't do is it provides prescriptive training on very compliance things like FERPA training or PCI training, which is your payment card industry. So it does fill a gap that we can't satisfy, and it does it at scale. One thing that wasn't obvious in this particular renewal is for years, we provided this to faculty and staff. As part of this renewal, we're pursuing an opportunity to extend this out to the students at large. So this would be a first for us to say that we can provide cybersecurity awareness training for all of our students by way of this vehicle.
Are you comfortable with that? Sorta? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Reeves. Are there any other questions? All right, hearing none. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC06, Targeted Assistance and Less Than Halftime Grant Program. This amount has been allocated has been the same every year. It is 550 since 2011. It's $550,000 award allocation. These funds do come from the Escheat fund. These are earnings from the Escheat fund. You can see in the background how they are allocated. The base amount is the same per college, $1,000, and then it's prorated based on the federal Pell Grant amounts to the colleges. So that's the only amount that has changed. Are there any questions regarding this item? $2,011. Ask. We can certainly talk to the General Assembly. So most of the earnings coming from the Escheat Fund are dedicated to education in some way, shape, or form. And the General Assembly has to, and Alex can correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly, but they have to okay that every year. So, but this is the amount that has been allocated every year since 2011, correct? So certainly worth the conversation. Yeah, I would say if we want to put that as on the, well, would that be part of the agenda, the legislative agenda? I don't know if that's something that, do we put that on now as a legislative agenda ask or something that, is this something that the General Assembly wants to look at for the future of, that number's going to change obviously as the earnings change. I think what we should probably do is see how they allocate those earnings in total and then decide, are we going to go for a bigger piece of the pie on that? Yes, sir.
Is there indication one way or another about whether more money is actually needed for this item?
Well, I mean, to that point, if you recall, a couple of months ago, we did allocate some earnings that were left over from prior year for the scholarships for military children. We have that set aside for right now. So we did have some funds left over from the prior year. But I think we could maybe do an analysis of that to see. But I would say with some certainty, I could say that there are a few scholarships for students with disabilities. Less than half-time students. I don't know that there are any other scholarships for that group either. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I guess I just don't understand when we say, we have to ask the legislature, who's accountable to do that?
These are, Alex, you walked in at a good time. Don't take that drink. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to comment, and then if you would allow, maybe let Brenda Burgess speak to this. This is part of the total financial aid package. So this is a very targeted group as part of financial aid. So I was just looking at Brenda to see what her thoughts are. But I think in this particular case, when you talk about a legislative ask, we would want to confer with other agencies, the State Education Assistance Authority that administers financial aid. So this would be a collaborative ask, not just an individual ask. So we would want to confer with our colleagues before we put that ask forward. So Brenda, do you want to speak to less than half-time targeted assistance?
Good afternoon, State Board Chair and members. I echo what Dr. Gold has just said. We would certainly like to confer with other agencies before we ask for additional funds. Just a little history about the Targeted Assistance in Less Than Half-Time Grant program. It has been beneficial to our colleges. However, over the past few years, our colleges, some of them have struggled to even utilize the funding that they've had. It was just in the past year that our colleges spent the majority of the funding. A little bit less than $5,000 was returned. So worth the conversation, but right now I would say they're pretty comfortable where they are. Happy to entertain any other questions.
I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand. Can the funds have to be used for a very specific niche? Is that correct?
Yes, targeted assistance. Well, back in 2011, we combined the funds. We used to have a specific amount that had to go for less than half-time enrolled students, but we combined it to give the colleges flexibility in how they can use it. So they can use it, they can choose those programs that they consider to be in high demand, but they have very low enrollment in. And then they can also use the funding to support those students that are enrolled less than half-time and may have been referred from the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation. I think that name has changed a little bit, but they've been referred from those services or that area. And most of our students have benefited greatly from the Targeted Assistance in Less Than Half-Time Grant program.
Okay. Dr. McGinnis, I always hear the colleges need more funds for a variety of issues for students in need. But what I'm hearing is that the colleges don't need that money, which seems counter to my understanding.
Colleges need flexibility with the funding. They need funding that's flexible and adaptive, and this funding is not.
Can't we change that?
I'm the wrong doctor to ask that question to.
And I would say I'm the wrong doctor too, because a lot of that is written in statute. So it would require some changes from those above me.
And I would say that be careful what you're wading into as well. Because if this is made for a specific targeted group that don't have any other avenue for aid, and you're taking that aid away, and then you're also impacting other agencies, it's a bigger conversation than just let's go advocate for more funds and more flexible funds. So I don't have a problem with advocating for more funds, but like I particularly would have a problem with saying, well, we need more flexibility and let's pull it from this group. Because this is a group that has no funds anywhere else that I know about. So that's where I would say you got to be careful with the conversations that you're having.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not coming over at the table at you. I'm just saying, like when you're for something like this, like to Dr. Burgess's point, there are other agencies involved. And maybe some of the problems are you're not getting the referrals from VR, and maybe that's the issue. Maybe the issue is you might some colleges may not have the student body. So I think it's a bigger conversation. It's a great conversation to have, but maybe that's the conversation first. So I'd like to know, I always like to know, okay, what's the question that we're asking here rather than let's just ask for more funds? Because then I think then you get the kick in the some part of you from the General Assembly saying you didn't ask the right question. So that. Now for State Board Reserve, we were just talking up here. I think that is where we can deploy Alex to say, we think we need more funds because we have a lot of exciting things we would like to do. And, you know, that's a conversation that he can have because that just involves us. So, okay. Mr. Trapp, we'll get to you in 1 second. Yes, sir.
Let me just underscore that. I think the number of questions need to be asked, including if the schools are not utilizing the funds fully for these categories, why is that? There may be explanations other than a lack of need. You know, sometimes there needs to be a more proactive approach. Say students with disabilities, there needs to be a more proactive approach to seeking out and offering help. And I guess my explanation also would say, be careful what you wish for, because there's a balance to be struck. There needs to be, of course, some flexibility, but I've seen many instances where consolidating categories is a prelude to reducing overall funding. And that's really not what we're after here. Consolidating categories, removing the appeal that some groups have and the kind of the way you justify the funds. If you're making that too general or too generic, you're often asking for trouble.
Yeah, I agree.
And if I may speak to the less than halftime funding that the majority of our students who are referred from vocational rehabilitation within the confines of a financial aid office, that's an area that we cannot, financial aid administrators cannot ask the student for that information. And it's sometimes a challenge to go into other areas on the campus to ask if they have a list of students who've been referred by vocational rehabilitation. So that is something, you know, that has been somewhat of a barrier for our financial aid offices. Stepping into those uncharted territories.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Good conversation. Oh, sorry, Mr. Trapp. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine, Madam Chair. I actually was just going to second what you were saying. And also, when you look at the how specific this money is, and you're looking at students enrolled less than 6 hours, these are people oftentimes that are referred from voc rehab that are trying to upskill themselves and get a new career or a higher paying job. So I definitely would not want to start any conversation that would limit the funding that these folks would be able to get.
Agreed. Did we vote on this one? We didn't. Okay. All right, are there any other questions regarding this item? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC06, Targeted Assistance in Less Than Half-Time Grant Program. Thank you, Chair Looney. Is there a second? Who was the second? Okay, you got the second. All right. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. All right, construction and property for April, attachment FC07. Ms. Angela?
Good afternoon. We have a relatively short agenda today. We have 5 new projects, 2 amended projects, 5 properties, and we have 1 college, Central Carolina, that is requesting $2 million delegated authority. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And they've met all the requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I'm
Mr.
not a member of the committee, but I was hoping to ask a question.
Sure,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Educate me a little bit. I was reading about the Central Carolina multiple requests, and the way you phrased that seemed to say that was unusual. Can you explain how that?
It is not unusual.
Well, educate me a little bit. I'd like to understand in particular these property, in some cases, I think acquisition and or sale for Central Carolina and your comment about the delegated authority for the 2 million. Enlighten me.
Okay. So Central Carolina is selling off a piece of property that they have. They did not find that they needed it for the college anymore. And on the other hand, they're purchasing a piece of property that's more to their liking. And the third property was one that they had signed over to the county to obtain financing. And once that financing was paid off, the county's just signing it back over to them. As far as the delegated authority, we have 2 different types of delegated authority. The $2 million is more, it's easier to obtain because in this market, $2 million doesn't go very far.
Okay.
And about half of our colleges have that authority. It just means the SCO doesn't have oversight on their projects that are $2 million, less than $2 million. And then we have $4 million delegated authority, which only our 4 biggest colleges right now have it. And it's much harder. It's a much more stringent process that you have to go through to obtain that. And then the remaining colleges are still just have what's legislated as they manage their own projects that are under 500,000, and SCO has authority on anything over that.
In SCO State Construction Office.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's all right. And just a follow-on question. I'm just curious, how involved are we as a system? Do we go examine these properties? Do they examine and put all this information together and we just oversee it? But we actually get engaged in?
No, we don't go and look at anything, but we do advise them on the statutory aspects of it. And we'll help them if they have questions or if they have to interact with state construction and they're not quite sure what they're trying to do. They'll ask, us to sit in with them and help them along the process. Some of the colleges are so small that they don't do construction projects very often. So they'll ask for our help in the process and ask how to do what they need to do.
Thank you.
Right, good questions. Anyone else with any questions? Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Someone's watching TV over there. Yeah, what's the score? Yeah. All right, if there are no further questions, we can't get a score update. I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC07, construction and property. Thank you, Ms. Benson. Is there a second? All right, thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Yeah, a vote of one. Okay. Attachment FCO8, our for information item. Dr. Price, do you want to talk about our receipts through February?
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. So included in your packet was information on our percent collected so far for receipts for the year. You'll see we're tracking pretty closely with where we were last year and the year before. And that's even at the same point in time when you notice there's a pretty significant increase in our receipts total from this year to last year. Based on our current estimates, we do not see any issues meeting our receipts total for the year. We're thinking we're going to be in another area where we're going to over collect tuition receipts again. But we're right now don't see that as being as large of an over collection as we had the previous year. So again, we don't have any concerns right this second about meeting our targets. Just as a reminder, any funds that we over collect go into our enrollment growth reserve account. And that's what at our February board meeting, we allocated to any colleges that had more than 5% enrollment growth fall over fall. So again, that's kind of how that currently works for tuition receipts.
Any questions? All right, moving on to new business. Is there any new business to come before this committee? If there is no new business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you for your attention. And we are out early.
Okay, let's wake up, everybody. It's time for audit.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could do it.
Yeah. So we're going to get this started. Dr. Gold, would you please do a roll call for us?
I'm going to start letting him do it like the price is right. Mr. Jeffrey Lang, come on down.
I'm here.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Paula Benson. Mr. Tom Looney. Dr. David Lowry. I think he's
off site taking a call.
Okay. Mr. Bill McBrayer. Honorable David Price.
Here.
Mr. Ray Trapp.
Present and enthused for audit, just like Chair Lang.
All right. Mr. Terry Yergin and Mr. Chris Lumsden. All right, we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Dr. Gold, would you please read our ethics, awareness, and conflict of interest statement?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Hearing none?
Thank you very much. At this time, you all have a copy of the agenda in front of you or in your packet. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? And a second. All in favor of the approval, say aye. Motion carries. Yes. All right. The second, there is also a copy in your packet of the minutes from the January 15th meeting. Are there any changes or questions regarding the minutes as presented in the board materials?
Make a motion to approve as written, sir.
Now that was as fast as it gets. Thank you both. And who was the second? Mr. Yergin was the second. All in favor, say aye. Motion carries. We have 3 items today. They are all for information. The first one is a cybersecurity update, and the chair recognizes Stephen Reeves to present a cybersecurity update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. While I'm happy to answer questions about any of the 3 for information items, I would like to draw your attention to the topic regarding fraudulent student applications as a centerpiece of the conversation. This has been a growing concern and issue for our colleges that they face individually today across the system. And what I wanted to highlight here is that there is collaboration and process improvement that is going on across the system that's creating visibility into what this impact truly looks like. We've not been able to categorize the scale and impact of it, but I do believe that is something we will be able to do in the near future. When we do that, I do believe that whether myself or another collaborative body from the systems office or possibly an adjacent partner agency like CFI or CFNC may bring to bear some request for legislative funding to help the state address this issue. We have seen that this particular issue is common in other states, notably California and Wisconsin. And we have seen that those states have led the charge in following processes and seeking out additional services and capabilities to mitigate this challenge. So be happy to entertain any questions on that again, or the other 2 topics, sir.
Just a quick question. This is for community colleges, correct?
Yes, sir. It is for community colleges, our scope of what we can see right now. However, the issue is not unique to us. In North Carolina, we have the independent colleges and universities, the university system, and at various times of the year, they do offer free application windows. So we see those particular windows being co-opted for the bad actor to get in application processes. Due to the low cost or zero cost application process with the community colleges, we're disproportionately represented when we look at this type of fraudulent behavior.
Are the other universities in North Carolina, any of them from the UNC system, do they have other processes or procedures in place to mitigate this that we can learn from?
The principal mitigation strategy they have when it's not a free application is the cost of the application. The bad actors generally won't come out of pocket to submit the application at that time. But I don't know about other tools or process they have within those unique universities. However, we are working with College Foundation North Carolina, College Foundation Incorporated, and they are exploring tools because the place that they sit in the application process, specifically through the residency determination service, is a central process and access to the community college system. And so it makes sense that they're a strong partner in looking at how we can mitigate this issue.
Do we know how much this has cost us?
No, sir, the cost is the principal thing that we're seeking out. We're getting some numbers. What we've done through partnership with the student programs and the data warehouse team is we've implemented a process that colleges can now flag a student record as potentially bogus or fraudulent. That is then replicated to the data warehouse, which affords us the opportunity to actually run reports against that. That process went into effect on February 6th. And so it's very near term. And what we're doing is we're allowing that now to age in, which will enrich our data and allow us to get that greater visibility.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Ms. West.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee, but what is in it for the person? Is it a financial aid option? Or are they getting a foothold in the system?
Yes, ma'am. So when we talk about fraud in this particular example, we're really talking about going after federal student aid or Pell Grants. And so we also have to bear in mind that in the near term, we're going to be looking at workforce Pell, which will be shorter term, faster paced enrollment processes. There are colleges that deliver direct financial aid, and that is also impacted in this. But whether it's federal student aid or local aid, the college has a fiscal responsibility when it's distributed, unfortunately, to a fraudulent student.
Is there anything else for Stephen on this? Stephen, do you have anything more?
Not at this time, sir.
Very good. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Have a great afternoon.
Item number 2 is our college compliance reviews. The chair recognizes Amanda Toller to provide an update on the college compliance reviews conducted during the 25-26 fiscal year.
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. Compliance is on track. We had a little bit of blip with the weather, but as I have said to you all before, I have an excellent team. They worked extra hours, so we stayed on track. You all have the information of all of the reviews that we have completed since I met with you all in January, and we are on track to finish all of the reviews that we have scheduled this year by the end of June. So what questions do you all have for me today?
Chair recognizes Mr. Yergin.
Good, Chairman. What is a coaching letter?
A coaching letter is a letter that we send to a president if there is an area that didn't rise to the level of a minimal or a material finding, but if it is not corrected, then it could lead to a finding. For example, one of the areas that we review are work-based learning classes, and we look at a student's work-based learning books. The student must begin the work experience. They must enter the class, and then they also must begin the work experience. So if we had a college that had several work-based learning books that did not include student timesheets, those hours for those WBL classes are either 160 hours or 320 hours, which can add up to a material finding pretty quickly. So if we had a couple of those and it had been a pattern that they had been missing that for a year or the previous review and this review, we might write a coaching letter that says you have an issue with your WBL workbooks. If you don't get this fixed, it could be a problem, which could result in a minimal or a material finding down the road. So it's kind of like a warning letter that says, hey, you've got something you need to check so that you don't have a problem down the road.
Are there other questions for Amanda? Anything else, Amanda?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And our third item and final item is the 25-26 audit plan. The chair recognizes David King to provide an update on his progress regarding the annual audit plan.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, and thank you for the chance to speak to you. This is just an update on the plan. Right now, everything is in progress. We're on schedule to get everything done on time. Two projects that just started recently are the intern projects. Personnel have been provided by OSBM, and we've gotten the information to them, so those projects should happen as they need to. The risk assessment, we're right now evaluating bringing in an outside firm to help with that, to give me more resources. We're looking at all the possible options with that. There's many different ways to do it. So that's where we are. Are there any questions?
Chair recognizes Mr. Price.
Yeah, can you elaborate on the risk assessment item?
Yeah,
What are we talking about here, and how much discretion do we have as to what kind of audit we ask for?
Every year I do an agency-wide risk assessment, looking at the risks for the system office in particular, but also identifying risks for the system. We'll look at those, what those risks are, evaluate those risks, and determine the audit priorities based on those.
Financial risks?
Could be any number of risks: financial, compliance, reputational, legal. There's a wide variety of risks there may be. So we will consider all those factors. Once that list is prepared, I present it to you with the list of risks that were identified and my recommendations for the audit plan, but I always seek your advice and your approval. And those can change depending on changes in the risk environment or your concerns. But the audit plan that's developed from the risk assessment is presented to the audit committee for their approval and for their input.
How much, I'm curious about this. I have not really known much about it. How strikes me that much of this would be cut and dried in terms of the kind of risk you're looking at, especially financial or legal. But when you talk about reputational risk, what are you talking about, and how do you, who determines that, and what?
It'll be within certain areas that may carry a reputational risk.
Yeah.
Within fraud, within lack of compliance contains legal risk. There's reputational impact from that. Within our strategic plan and failing to meet parts of our strategic plan, there's reputational risk there, as well as financial risk as part of just stakeholder risk and not meeting the needs that we'd set forth, or the goals that we'd set forth. So, and that's in the way I conduct the risk assessment, is I have meetings with several members of management to get their input. And I use each year's prior list. So it's a building list as we go, and I add to it based on what's done, and I update it with the information they give me, plus my own personal assessments from what I know and what I hear from being in the building. And the risk list is summarized and presented to you guys so you can see the list of risks as well as what I'm auditing, so that if you feel like I'm not addressing the right areas, you can give me that input.
When do we get that?
That is done in the August meeting as the beginning of the next year. So it'll be, as we close out 1 year, we'll have that risk assessment to build the plan for the next year.
Thank you.
Yes, Chris.
Just quick question. Do we have a compliance helpline or hotline?
We do not. We use the ones that go to the state auditor's office, OSBM. Most of the complaints that I get would come through those groups. If they call the auditor's office and it's something that looks like it's really significant, usually their investigative team will take it straight away. The minor things will get kicked to me, but we don't have our own internal hotline.
Do they tend to be HR related?
Most things I get are HR related. I've yet to get one that's real, honest to God, fraud, waste, and abuse.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? One item, and this might be, appropriate as it really looks at reputational, as Mr. Price was asking about. I've spoken with Scott that from a risk standpoint, as it relates to some of our projects that are currently ongoing within the information technology world, that we probably need to have an audit done on those projects and the funding, how they're used, project status, some of those things. And Scott, you may want to talk to it, but he has all of this underway, and we may not need a third party coming in to assist, but I think that's one of those things we want to be prepared for based on the amount of money we're spending and the current track record that we've had, that someone isn't coming in and saying, you know, there was a misuse or a misspend or something that's gone on.
Yeah, yes. So as I said this morning in the, meeting, we'll take you through that data. I think for the ERP project specifically, I think the team has a good handle on the dollars that have been spent. Clearly, we know the vendor has missed target dates. The good news though is because they've missed target dates, we haven't paid them any money. So that's the good news, right? So, but I feel comfortable and we'll set that up and take you through that.
Very good. Are there any other questions at this time? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Is there any new business to be brought to the audit committee? Yes, Dr. Gold.
Just wanted to share one quick update we shared with the presidents yesterday at their association meeting. If you recall, a couple of years ago, right after Hurricane Helene, the audit committee requested that we do a post-disaster assessment. We did that in partnership with Ed&C. They collected some information. We've also contracted with the independent contractor Virginia McElwain, who's doing a study with colleges that were impacted. She's creating toolkits and tabletop exercises for colleges to assist any college that might be impacted by a natural disaster. So colleges are providing that input to us now. And so just wanted to provide that update to you. We do plan to come back to you in May with a full report on that completed assessment. So just wanted to give that project update.
Thank you. With that, I think we can adjourn. Do I need a motion? May I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. A second. We are adjourned.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to convene the Programs and Student Success Committee. Good afternoon. I would like to ask Ms. Ashley Kroom to do the roll call.
Ms. Sarah West, Chair. Mr. Bill McBrayer, Vice Chair.
Present.
Ms. Stacy Griffin.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt. Mr. Tom Looney. The Honorable David Price.
Here.
Mr. Bannock Scott. Mr. Terry Yergin. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Kroom. Could you also read the ethics awareness and conflict of interest statement?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. None noted.
I'd like to request a motion and a second to approve our March 19th, 2026 agenda, our agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Yergin and Mr. McBrayer. All in favor say yay. Any opposed, say no, please. Ayes have it. Our agenda is approved. I also would like to request a motion and a second to approve our February minutes. Thank you, Mr. Yergin.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Our minutes are approved. So we look forward to a very productive committee meeting today. We have one item on the for future action agenda, 4 items on the for action agenda, 3 on the consent agenda, and 2 items on the for information agenda. We would like to spend the majority of our time today, in fact, a full 30 minutes, on a review and discussion of our first for action agenda item, Program 2, which is our short-term workforce development grant program. And we'd like to really conduct this discussion within the context of the work that is underway at the state level and at the system level to stand up Workforce Pell. And we are delighted to have several special guests joining us for that discussion. We do have one for future action agenda item first, but I'd like to go ahead and acknowledge our guest, Gloria Wiggins, Vice President of Workforce Development at James Sprunt. Dr. Andrea DeSantis, Assistant Secretary for Workforce Solutions with NC Commerce, and one of our students from James Sprunt will join us by video. And so thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you very shortly. We will turn now, and Dr. Andrew Gardner will be convening and conducting our discussion today. So thank you, Dr. Gardner. But first, we'll turn to our for future action agenda item, Program 1. And this is a program application from Bladen Community College, helmed by our esteemed Dr. Mandy Lee, for aviation management and career pilot technology. And the committee is asked to approve this course and the request to establish the aviation management and career pilot technology program to begin fall 2026. The planning area is defined as the college's service area of Bladen County, as well as service areas of Fayetteville Technical and Cape Fear Community Colleges. And this is because Bladen Community College is strategically located between 2 commercial service airports, Fayetteville Regional Airport and Wilmington International Airport, both within 50 miles of their main campus. These airports fall respectively within the service areas of Fayetteville Tech and Cape Fear. This degree is designed to provide students with the technical knowledge, leadership skills, and operational understanding required for careers in airport operations, aviation administration, logistics, and related fields. We also see this geographic positioning as a strong foundation for students to pursue partnerships, internships, and employment. What's most exciting in many ways about the program is Bladen plans to develop a new pathway under the program once it's up and running for air traffic control. I think all of us who travel on business and for pleasure know that that is a great need that we have. And this would be the first in the state to provide, the first community college in the state to provide this specific pathway. And it's also represents a wonderful collaboration with the FAA. And students completing the program could enter FAA training in Oklahoma City or gain local experience at airports such as Fayetteville Airport. We do typically require a second reading when we have when a college is planning to work outside its service area. But as we have confirmed that the college is impacted or comfortable with Bladen's plan, we really would like to accelerate this and move it to the for action agenda today. I would like, before we move to a vote, I would like to ask Dr. Lee if there's anything further you would like to share.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So we are very excited about this, and I will say that this was an effort an idea that actually came from our community, and so then we responded to it, and we are excited to have the FAA involved, as well as working with some other community colleges outside of the state who have been wonderful partners guiding us in the process. Your willingness, I hope, to move this to action for this meeting would be an incredible help to us, so that we don't have to wait until the next time you all get together, which seems like an eternity when you're trying to plan a new program, because we have quite a few more hoops to jump through after we do this one. So thank you so much. We are excited about the way that we'll be able to respond to this need.
Mr. McBrayer.
Madam President, I have a quick question for you, Lee. Are there any other our colleges in the system that have anything similar around the air, not necessarily air traffic control, just plane and air in general would be my question.
Yes, I would say that there's quite a few community colleges that deal with air in general. So
I vote no.
and truly our interest is with the air traffic control. The FAA requires us to do this aviation management prior to. So that's why we are very thankful that the other colleges were willing to work with us. But our focus will be on just that primary pathway. But yes, we are very much into the aviation field throughout North Carolina.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And I think there's 6 colleges that already offer. I'm looking at our item. Are there other questions? If hearing none, I need a motion and a second to suspend the rules and move program 1 to the 4 action agenda. So do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Price. All in favor? All opposed? All right, now I need a motion and a second to approve the program for the 4 action agenda. Thank you, Mr. Yergin. I need a second. Thank you, Congressman Price. All in favor? Any opposed? We have passed the motion and we'll go to the 4 action agenda tomorrow. So thank you. We move now to our first 4 action agenda item, our first formal 4 action agenda item, program 2. And at the request of staff, the State Board is asked to approve the Short-Term Workforce Development Grant Program Annual Report. For those new to the board this year, the legislature established the Short-Term Workforce Development Grant Program several years ago as a collaborative endeavor between the State Board and the Department of Commerce. The program provides grants of up to $750 per course to students pursuing short-term non-credit state and industry-recognized workforce credentials. This was a significant innovation when it was introduced, and it was our first opportunity as a system to award financial aid to students in short-term workforce training programs who were not at that time eligible for for Pell. But we are in a different environment now, and as we look to the rollout of Workforce Pell, the importance of this program actually becomes even more critical as a complement. And so with that, I'm going to pass the baton to Dr. Gardner, who's going to walk us through a number of presentations. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. As you all know, I am the biggest champion for all things workforce that are accelerated in nature. So this is a great program that I'm going to highlight. Key impacts from this program. We expended a little over $910,000 last year. This impacted 1,600 students. This afforded these individuals to get into these careers, occupations. When we put on our Propel NC hat, we see that the top workforce sector that this supported was healthcare. So again, this is a great program that provides state resources to help these individuals get into these programs. You all are going to hear a little later about Workforce Pell from a federal financial standpoint, but just want to really highlight when it comes to state aid, this program is going to be needed and then some when it comes to programs, because there's many programs that will not be eligible for Workforce Pell. maybe because they exceed the number of hours. Maybe the program has not been in existence for 1 year. So again, this is going to serve a critical purpose, not only for programs, but for those students that may not be eligible for Workforce Pell because of their salaries just over that range to allow them to be eligible for the program. So again, it's key. It's serving our top workforce sectors and the Propel NC mindset. And you all heard presentations on about workforce and short-term training and how beneficial it is to the workforce. So when I talk about from a system level operation, I think it's important to hear from the local level on how they operationalize these funds. And that's why we invited guests from James Sprunt Community College to talk about how they operationalize this program. And then you all will also hear from Dr. Andrea DeSantis to hear about the state of Workforce Pell in North Carolina. So I'll turn it over to Gloria to talk a little bit about the local operation, and then we'll take any questions you all may have.
Good afternoon. I'm Gloria Wiggins, and I'm the Vice President of Workforce Development and Continuing Education at James Sprunt. I thank each of you for allowing me to speak this afternoon about the workforce, short-term workforce development. At James Sprunt, short-term workforce development has been transformational for many of our continuing education students. When I arrived at James Sprunt in 2020, we had very limited funding available to assist students with tuition. The first year that we received the funds, we were able to support 122 students fully using our allotted $40,285. These students were able to enroll in high demand programs such as Nurse Aid 1 and 2, Medical Assisting 1 and 2, CDL, Pharmacy Technician, Barber Training, and Healthcare Billing and Coding. Over the years, we have been awarded short-term workforce development funding. The impact has continued to grow. To date, we have supported 638 students, providing a total of $153,084 in tuition assistance. Students have benefited across a wide range of programs, including the ones listed above, but also EMT, surgical technology, nail technology, central sterile processing, aesthetics, paramedic, medical assisting 1 and 2, electrical wiring, residential and commercial, and welding. We have been very intentional about how we use our short-term workforce development dollars. Short-term workforce development covers tuition at James Sprunt Community College. When students have additional needs, we pair those dollars with other wraparound services. This strategy has allowed us not only to serve more students, but also to launch new programs and continue to expand the workforce development and continuing education division at James Sprunt. Now, with the introduction of Workforce Pell, there is a lot of excitement, and it's rightfully so. My fear is that short-term workforce development may be considered less essential or even phased out because of Workforce Pell. When I look closely at the programs we offer, short-term workforce development supported students in 41 different classes that earned industry-recognized credentials, yet only possibly 15 of those classes potentially meet the requirements for Workforce Pell eligibility. That means 26 classes, all of which lead to industry-recognized credentials and direct employment, could be left without funding source for tuition if short-term is no longer available. For many of our students, losing short-term would mean losing the opportunity to skill up, earn a credential, improve their income, and support their families. Short-term has proven itself to be a critical tool for the small rural community colleges like ours. It fills the gaps that other funding sources cannot. It keeps programs open, it keeps students enrolled, and most importantly, it helps people move into sustainable careers. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the impact of short-term workforce development at James Brunt Community College. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wiggins. Are there questions for Dr. Wiggins? Do we want to take those now, Dr. Gardner?
Sure. One thing I'll emphasize that, having colleges like James Brunt, they're able to leverage 100% of those funds is great. And they're one of our champions. However, you all see we have not hit our target of expending $1 million yet. Every year I have the goal and the vision to hit 100%. One of the big things we hear from colleges as far as a barrier in them expending 100% of those funds revolves around the residency determination process. That is a requirement that students have to go through that. And we hear from the field that that is a barrier, but it's a requirement that students must follow that system. So again, I just want to lift that up as far as expenses and potential barriers. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Mr. Lang, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So Workforce Pell is a grant program. It's federally funded.
Correct.
And short-term workforce development is a grant program as
Through
well.
state funds.
State funded.
Correct.
So, and both work very effectively, as you said. Are we talking about one going away?
And Dr. Gardner can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're wanting to get ahead of it because Workforce Pell has not been activated yet. It doesn't substitute for what the short-term workforce grants from the state do. So I think
exactly, not substituted, but if anything, there's even more of a demand out there. I think for some smaller colleges that could use additional funding. But again, it's one of those things that's separate. It's not going away.
does that
Still don't understand,
Yeah.
but I'll read more or see what other folks have to say.
President Cox can jump in?
Let me say something, Brian. You can check me if I get this wrong, but I think part of the concern is, Member Lane, that with the new workforce Pell, there's pretty stringent criteria what you have to meet to be able for programs to be eligible for students to receive those workforce Pell grants. And I think part of the concern across the country is, is it going to push colleges to try to push most of their workforce programs into meeting those criteria, and will it in effect harm some short-term workforce programs that aren't eligible for Pell funds? So I think that's the kind of where the concern is. I personally think there's far too many of them that are so valuable in the communities. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that's where part of the concern is.
So, I'm sorry.
And I know Congressman Price, you had Mr. Yergin, you had requested to speak earlier, so I want to check back in with you, and then Mr. Yergin.
Yeah, good question. So students are eligible to get up to $750 per course that they register for. All 58 community colleges get an allocation, and the allocations vary by college. One may get 5,000, one college may get 10,000. Again, it depends on what types of programs that they offer at their college. So you see expenditure rates that vary by college. That you can get up to $750. So the average, I think, comes out to be about $500 per student currently.
Welcome.
Carrie, could you cut yours off, please, sir?
All right. Oh, that's a lot better. All right. Okay, workforce Pell rules have just come out, right? And there's a comment period of how long? We're going to hear about that. Okay, because I think that's really important to, and it's important to answer Mr. Lang's question to get a fix on just how comprehensive workforce Pell is going to be and what it'll cover. I think it's very safe to say that it won't come close to covering everything that this state program covers. I don't think there's any doubt at all that there'll be plenty of room for both programs.
Yeah, and then Mr. Yergin, and then I think
Well,
Dr. Gardner will jump to Dr. DeSantis.
well, thank you. And maybe it'll get cleaned up with the additional speakers, but just to help bring clarity for me, seems like a case of what we call the power of and, right? I assume we want workforce Pell and we also want this short-term workforce, right?
Absolutely.
Bring us a solution. I guess we're going to hear that here shortly.
So
There is a
I
way
guess
to
the
get
big,
moved?
yeah, so just to over clarify, so we currently get $1 million every year to support this program. And we feel confident that it's going to stay there, but we just want to really amplify that we still need these short-term workforce training dollars from a state level, even though we know workforce Pell federal funds are going to come and help some of these same programs. Not all, but some. So good point when you said and. So we got our short-term state funds that we'll still be able to leverage, that we get $1 million each year, and then students will be able to have access to those federal funds.
And I guess we've got a solution. We'll
I don't know that a solution is called for per se, but we owe the legislature an annual report. It's due. So
Okay.
this was a wonderful opportunity to really talk about the importance of the program.
Right.
And I know we all look to Workforce Pell with great eagerness, and Dr. DeSantis will share more, but it's an and I think our solution is to be strong advocates for the importance of this program, especially to be Propel ready. Can we wait for Dr. DeSantis? I just want to make sure that you have all the information. And so I jumped the gun by asking for questions. So I'd love to hear. So hold that thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Andrea DeSantis here, serve as the Assistant Secretary for Workforce Solutions over at the Department of Commerce. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to be able to share a little bit about the federal implementation of Workforce Pell and then what we're doing at the state level. And so as this was mentioned, at a national level, there's a lot of eagerness for Workforce Pell to kick off. This has long been talked about, and I know that many students and institutions will really benefit from the access to additional financial aid. So back in July, with the passage of HR 1, Workforce Pell was established. And I'm going to walk you through today a little bit of the federal timeline on this and then where we are at a state level, because these processes are happening in parallel time, and we'll likely have to adjust some of our plans based on what happens at the federal level. And so back in July, with the establishment of HR 1, states, institutions were already getting excited about what this could look like. In the federal legislation, there are some clear guidelines that programs need to meet in order for their students who enroll in those programs to be able to access Workforce Pell. So let's first talk about the institutional types that will have access. All of our community colleges, along with public institutions, our independent colleges, and then some for-profit institutions that qualify for Title IV federal funding currently. So in North Carolina, we anticipate that most of the programs are going to come from our community colleges here. In addition, to meet the requirements for Workforce Pell, programs must be between 8 and 14 weeks. So we're talking about a really short amount of time, but we're also talking about programs. We know community colleges have numerous programs that are below that 7-week threshold. Along with that, they must meet a clock hour requirement of 150 to 599 hours. So once again, we know there's some programs institutions are offering that are really valuable that are above and below that threshold. Additionally, they must be stackable, meaning that these programs must lead to credit in some other program. In an ideal world, students go through these programs, they receive Workforce Pell, they enter the workforce, and then they have the option to continue their education, elevate their economic mobility by entering another program where they receive credit for the time that they spent in the Workforce Pell program. Additionally, and really importantly, these programs need to be portable and employer validated. So when we heard from Congress and we heard from the Department of Ed, they really want these programs to be able to connect students immediately with jobs. So having employers involved in the front end of designing these programs is essential to ensuring that students will be able to be connected in relevant jobs immediately after completing. And then here is probably the most stringent criteria that we see is that students who participate in these programs must complete at a rate of 70% and then must enter the workforce at the rate of 70%. So this 70-70 rule has really elevated the accountability measures for institutions that are going to receive these funds. At the federal level, as I mentioned, this process kicked off in July, and then the next step was to have a negotiated rulemaking process that was hosted by the Department of Education. I will acknowledge that the Department of Labor was also heavily involved in this, and that is because in the legislation, it calls for a two-part approval process. The first part happening in states and the governor having ultimate authority to determine which of these programs are going to be eligible based on a process and a policy that's designed at the state level in conjunction with the State Workforce Board. Here in North Carolina, that's called our NC Works Commission. Once programs are approved at the state level, they can then be approved at the federal level. So back in December, I had the fortunate opportunity to serve on the negotiated rulemaking body. We came up with draft rules for this process. Those rules were made public back in January and then entered the National Program Register for review earlier this month. And so right now, the rules are available for public comment through April 8th. It's really important that at this moment, states, institutions, and other constituency groups spend time reviewing those rules and trying to understand what are the challenges going to be and providing that comment period to the providing comments to the Department of Ed during this period. When we think about the next steps here at the federal level, we're hopeful that the Department of Ed is going to quickly but thoughtfully finalize those rules at the end of the spring and then open up their application in the month of July. In HR 1, it says this program will be established and start July 2026. So what does that mean for North Carolina and where we are in terms of our implementation? So we're really fortunate that on the heels of the Governor's Council on Workforce and Apprenticeship, we already had a strong group interagency collaboration looking at opportunities to expand financial aid and expand access to high quality workforce credentials and have a number of assets, including the short-term workforce development grants that Dr. Gardner and Dr. Wiggins talked about earlier. So a group of us from the Governor's Office, Commerce, Community College System, as well as our partners at the independent colleges, the State Education Assistance Authority, and UNC have been meeting regularly to work through what our state policy and process is going to look like. I'm pleased to say that with the support and technical assistance from Education Strategy Group, we do have a draft policy. Many folks in this room are been reviewing that and I think are providing me feedback this evening so we can have a robust discussion tomorrow. What will happen next is that document, that policy will go to public comment. And I want to just briefly talk here about what we're proposing in that policy. So given that HR 1 calls for the governor to make the final decision on which programs are eligible, we are proposing to run that process through the NC Works Commission, our state workforce board because in fact, that is the governor's workforce board. They're a policy-making body and already have responsibilities for allocations for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and importantly, support the collaborative workforce ecosystem we have in the state. What will happen next is that once we put this policy out for public comment, we want institutions to review this. We want to understand from you all, what do you anticipate being the challenges? What can we update, and how can we make this go as smoothly as possible? Our plan then is to have the NC Works Commission approve this policy at their quarterly business meeting in May. And then hopefully we will open up applications for individual institutions later that month. This step is really dependent on the federal government. If we do not have final rules from them, it will be a challenge for us to open up that process, but it is our goal to open up our state applications as quickly as possible and then move to reviewing and in hopefully many cases approving those applications before the start of July. This will be on a rolling timeline, so we're not expecting that every institution is going to submit every program between the end of May and early July, but for those that are ready to go, we do want to make sure we can approve those as quickly as possible. I'm sure there's lots of questions, so I'm going to stop there, but happy to dive into some of the specifics.
Mr. Lang, I wanted to give you a first pass. Thank you. And then Congressman Price.
How did you know I'd have a question?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That was a terrific update. So thank you very much. You answered a lot of questions I had, but one still remains. Do you know, in working with everyone, or have a sense of the programs today that are eligible for the short-term workforce development that would not be eligible for the short-term Pell? So we have a sense of,
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Merritt, would you want to?
Sure, I can try to answer that, and Dr. Gardner can back me up. But talked to the President's Association yesterday and called their attention to an email that we actually sent to all 58 colleges on March 9th. We have a workforce Pell toolkit that we rolled out on our website back in, I think it was November, December. And on that site, we have equipped the colleges with data according to the data that we have available, showing that here are the courses that meet the clock hour requirements, and here's the completion data that we have because there's a completion data component and the job placement component that Dr. DeSantis mentioned. So in order for colleges to actually apply to the NC Works Commission for approval from the state level, they need to be able to have this initial data. So Andrew, what do you say? Were there, each college had 3 to 5 programs?
Currently, that's what we're sitting at. It's a less than 10% what we're looking at this time.
Yeah. So each college had about 3 to 5 workforce Con Ed courses. And we could actually pull it up on the site and show it to you, but it's sort of all over, healthcare, trades and transportation, advanced manufacturing.
Dr. Merritt, so 10% that 90% would be eligible for workforce Pell and 10% would, or vice versa?
The reverse. Yeah. So only
10%
we had estimated originally it was about 4% of our courses in our combined course library that would meet the clock hour requirements. But, Andrew's estimating around 10% of the courses that we currently offer may be eligible. They have to be stackable. They have to be portable. They have to meet these requirements that Dr. DeSantis just laid out. So that's why, going back to the earlier comments and kind of confusion, that's why the short-term workforce development grants that we get from recurring from the state are so important. And I think that's why Dr. Wiggins mentioned that in her opening comments, that we don't want the myth out there that we don't need those funds anymore, because workforce Pell is going to be transformational, but it is confined to, those very specific program requirements.
Well, first that 10% now, 10% of what exactly?
The courses that, Andrew, I think you meant the courses that we have in our combined course library, or the courses that colleges are currently offering?
Colleges, what's in our combined course library?
Yeah, so the thousands of courses that we have in our course library.
Is that an increment though? I mean, there's a certain amount of our curriculum that is eligible for regular Pell. It's already eligible for student aid.
This would be exclusive to the courses that are workforce continuing education in nature that would
Okay,
not be.
so it's an increment. It's
Correct.
10% additional body of courses is going to be eligible for coverage under Workforce Pell. Okay, that was a good summary of what's in the Workforce Pell rules. What is our posture with respect to that? This is the comment period. What kind of representation is our system making to the feds as to how those rules, how happy we are with those rules, and what kind of changes we would recommend?
We're still collecting feedback on those rules. One big thing that we've heard from the field that I really want to emphasize is we want colleges to be held harmless for those programs where an individual is continuing their education in the 180-day period versus getting a job. So if they're continuing their educational journey into a 2-year program, we don't want it to be a penalty for a college when they're supposed to meet those 70-70
Yeah, that's
metric.
important. That's important. Is that left unclear, or is it a matter of really changing the language?
I'm happy to comment on that. And so when we went through the negotiated rulemaking process, this was a sticking point for several constituency groups. And it is right now clear in the regulatory language that those individuals would be included in the denominator, that no exclusions apply. There are exclusions for individuals who enter incarceration, students that unfortunately are no longer living. There were several groups, including the state workforce boards and state workforce agencies, that pushed for students who continue their education to be excluded from that 70% employment measure. But the Department of Education and the Department of Labor's posture on that was these are programs that are designed and often are called short-term workforce programs designed for people to enter the workforce immediately. They were aware of sort of the tension that exists between stackability and then entering the workforce immediately, but ultimately they decided not to accept any of the suggested amendatory language to exclude those students.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me. I mean, that really is important to push, I think. I mean, I can think of all kinds
Yeah.
of parallels to in other areas of policy. You can't be penalized because your students elect to go on for further preparation. If they otherwise leave, or that's fair enough. But I think that are other state systems making common cause with you on that?
I believe so. And there were several constituency groups. Ultimately, I think that this is a nice opportunity for states, institutions to be able to push back on that. That is not the statutory language. And so once again, Department of Ed was making a decision based on how they're interpreting the statute there. They felt like they didn't have that flexibility, but they did grant some exceptions.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Chair Looney, and then we'll move to the video if there are no other questions after that.
Real good to see you, Andrea.
Nice to
Thanks
see
for
you.
being here today. And it was a great job. My question is the 10%. I'm assuming that it took us 20 years to get to this spot or whatever it was, a long period of time. There was a lot of state input. Is 10% a good number or a bad number? And do you have any clue? Like, for example, is Texas at 25% of their courses or 3x us, which means maybe they had more input along the way, or?
I'm not going to answer that question immediately. I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Merritt, but I'm going to just sort of comment generally on what we're hearing from other states. We are hearing from many other states that they are planning to start small. We saw Pennsylvania, for instance, released a list of occupations that they plan to have qualify, that these programs must train for. It's about 25 occupations. We're looking at a list that's hundreds of occupations. So I think that, 10%, probably the challenge with that is that we offer so many continuing education courses that are above and below that threshold and have been designed really thoughtfully. And we're now navigating rules that were defined by Congress, right? Congress could have easily said, we're going to offer this to programs that are between 2 and 16 weeks or between 100 and 800 clock hours. And so I think that the challenge here is that we did not know in advance what Congress was ultimately going to authorize. And once again, it goes back to the conversation we had earlier, the importance of being able to have complementary funding sources. I don't know that it's good or bad, but I will say North Carolina, it is not our intent to start small like other states. We want institutions to be able to apply for as many eligible programs as they have and that are thoughtfully designed with students in mind.
Okay, I want you to know we don't think small here, so that's good. I like big, and this board likes big. One follow-up to that is the completion rate. I think it was 70%. It sounds like a big hurdle. Can you comment on that? Or since they're very short-term credentials, that
Yeah.
completion rates are usually significantly higher?
So, this is statutory language, and we heard from the Department of Ed and the Department of Labor that this is in alignment with how Congress is thinking and the presidential administration is thinking about higher education accountability writ large, that they really want to increase accountability for institutions and for students who are spending their time and financial resources to gain that education. I think 70% could be high, but I also think we're looking at a number of different programs here that institutions are already offering, and they are meeting that mark. I think the greater challenge is on the employment front, which institutions I think do a strong job of connecting students with employers, but some of that and more of that is outside of your control. When you're at an institution, we know how good your colleges are about providing supports, wraparound supports, educational support. So I think you have more control in that space than you do on the employment rate. But I welcome my community college colleagues to comment.
So, Mr. Chair, I would just say one thing on a recent call with my counterparts across the country. Some of the other SHEOs were commenting they weren't sure if they're going to have any courses that would qualify with all the criteria, and I don't think any of them were getting beyond single digits on what percentage they thought were going to qualify. And I'll just again give kudos to North Carolina to say that I think Andrew was on a call, and I think it was Maine and Mississippi who thanked us for being able to use our toolkit for how we were thinking about it. So again, I think we're out in front compared to a lot of other states, almost any other state, I would say. And a number of these concerns are bubbling up at the senior level of community colleges all around the country. We all want it to be a great big push, and we're just concerned we're going to be starting out at least with some pretty small numbers compared to all of the thousands of courses that we have. But hopefully it's something we can build upon and grow and keep making a bigger and bigger impact.
And I just want to give a big shout out to Bill Schneider and his team helping us with developing the toolkit, because we utilize their data from a system level to see what sort of completion rates we have in those occupations and programs, so that we can see from a state where our high probability is for successful programs. And many of them are above that 7%, but we even took it to a local level for them to evaluate what their local completion rates are, because we'll have the state level, but locally they're going to have to decide, is my program strong enough with its completion rates to offer that as a workforce Pell eligible program?
Dr. McGinnis.
Our CDL truck driver training program, give the van and the truck driver number of hours well it can accept the number of it does not stack into a degree. It would tell
Want to take this first? Well, what I'll overemphasize, the vision is for CDL to be a part of this program. There is some questions about the stackability, but that's something that we feel that we have enough information to validate and work through to ensure that it's on the list. And when we're talking about that open comment period, these are one of the specific examples we want them to explicitly say CDL is squared away.
I'll just add some additional commentary that states do have the flexibility to define what stackability means. And we're really thankful for the collaboration with our community college system office colleagues as we've been developing that process. Because as we've been going through, we've been thinking, all right, what are those in-demand occupations that we know we have programs that train for? Does the way we've written this potentially exclude any of them? So we're very conscious of that in our discussions and want to make sure we, within what we're allowed to do, the regulatory language and the statute, that we can find a way for programs like CDL to qualify.
Well, just one quick point to that. One example that Dr. McGinnis could be, you get your CDL and then you could add on another credential later to haul hazardous material that could be a credential stacked upon that initial CDL. So we're trying to think creatively about what could stackable could mean. So we want the gate open as wide as we can.
So stackable does not mean it has to roll into a degree.
Well, that's what we're trying to find some flexibility around.
And I think it has to stack into another degree, right? There's some language that came out in the federal rules, I believe, or I can't remember if it was in the draft North Carolina rules, but can you speak to that briefly?
Yeah, so it has to qualify for credit towards something on the curriculum side of the house, we'll say. So, and that's where our challenge is. Like, we know that we are offering programs on the continuing ag side and the curriculum side. So how do we marry this? We're really trying to think intentionally. The other piece I will say is that there is not an obligation for students to take that pathway. There is an obligation for institutions to demonstrate that such a pathway exists.
I'm just going to say this is really important information because I think the nod and make sure if colleges are listening, and as we talk over the next, when the rules, proposed rules from the state come out, we've been reviewing those internally this week. We will give you feedback tonight as you requested, but then we really want colleges' input. And we gave that nod yesterday. And we'll continue to give that nod in April when they come out for proposed for review.
Congressman Price, and then we'll move to our student.
Yeah, just to not wrap this up, I know, but this strikes me, this stackability matter, that's another area where I would assume we are making a representation to the feds about how the rules do or don't suit us.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. Let me suggest one more. Besides what I was talking about earlier. It doesn't surprise me there's a minimum level for the duration of the courses, the hours. Surprises me somewhat there's a maximum level. And it raises the issue of why, and does that then create a situation where a certain amount of your curriculum, certain programs are already eligible for regular Pell. And then these new programs, this 10% increment is going to be eligible for workforce Pell. And then there's a dead zone between the two. I mean, is that possible that there are courses that are too ambitious or too comprehensive or too long or for workplace Pell to coverage? I don't know. I understand, of course, it needs to be workplace related. That's the whole definition of the program. But why an additional definition that has to do with the maximum number of hours?
I believe, go ahead, Dr. Cox.
Well, you probably have a better answer than me, Andrew, but I think, Congressman, the intent is that these are focused on short-term things, things you can do with a degree of rapidity. Just hurry up, get the credential, move out. So, but you're exactly right that there are programs, and BLET, law enforcement training, is one of those that offered on the Con Ed side of our operation. That you can offer it on curriculum, but if it's done as Con Ed, it would be squarely in that campus, too many hours, so it wouldn't be eligible because of that. So you're exactly right.
That doesn't sound. I mean, the workforce connection is the essential thing here, isn't it? I mean, it just seems bizarre that there would be courses excluded because they require too much training.
I'll even take it a step further. If you're thinking about many of our programs occurring at night in weekends, that 14 weeks may even be a barrier as well for the way they operationalize their programs. So you're exactly hitting on the right points that
But it
we'll
does-
put in comments.
Well, it does seem to me that all three of these items that have been raised here are important enough to incorporate into comments on this rule and to work with other systems around the country. I mean, assuming we're not the only ones identifying these problems. This is the time to change these things, not later. You don't want to have to go back and get amended rules or an amended statute. If there are problems of this sort that we can help identify here, it's worth the time to take, I think, to get it right.
Thank you, sir. And I think, you know, on the instructional weeks, that was something that came up in negotiated rulemaking, acknowledging that the students that we most likely want to go into these programs are ones that need opportunities for economic mobility and are likely doing them part-time over an elongated period to account for the fact that they're working, have other childcare or caregiving responsibilities. And so community college partners, we're happy to discuss tomorrow's call what we can do to support comments to the federal folks.
Thank you, Dr. Merritt. I know, seriously.
To Congressman Price's point, I think one of the March 9th email that Andrew sent out to the system, we did have two ways that we encourage colleges to submit responses to the federal website that has the rules posted. Or since we launched the toolkit here in North Carolina, we have had a link there for colleges to give us comments and feedback about the toolkit and the what's involved there. We actually, when we sent that email out on March 9th, we encouraged colleges to review the federal rules and to submit comments about the federal rules on the toolkit site as well. And we do plan to synthesize those and kind of summarize those and submit a system response to the federal rules by the April 8th deadline. So that is in our plan.
Right. Thank you for a very robust conversation.
Thank you.
Dr. DeSantis, thank you for being here.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. And we do have a video from a student at James Brunt that we'd like to share. Again, we like to have the student, our own students bring to life the program.
Hey, I'm Tanya Benitez. The short-term workforce development grant has already had a meaningful impact on my educational journey. This financial support helped me reduce the cost of my coursework, allowing me to focus more on my studies and professional growth without the added stress of financial strain. As a working mother, balancing work, school, and family responsibilities, this assistance has made a significant difference. The support from the grant allowed me to complete an important prerequisite, which helped me be accepted into the nursing program this upcoming fall here at James Brunt. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to now move to program 3, and I'm going to move fast so that I don't step on Mr. McBrayer's personnel committee time. So we'll move quickly, but if there are questions, we will of course happily entertain them. So program 3, the state board is requested to approve the legislative report for the vocational rehabilitation pilot program. Board members serving prior to this year will recall that the vocational rehabilitation, that this program is an initiative that places vocational rehabilitation counselors directly on community college campuses to support students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This was established by the legislature and for the 2023-2026 academic years with up to $750,000 in funding. It's a collaboration between the community college system and the state's vocational rehabilitation agency, which has been rebranded recently as the Employment and Independence of People with Disabilities Department. And their goal is to place counselors to provide IDD students with counseling, employment planning, and support services to help them pursue post-secondary education and achieve employment and greater independence. This is a pilot across 6 participating colleges. Those are 6 colleges that also are participating in our Access to Achievement program. As you'll see, the report describes implementation. Each of the colleges, we will note that as the report details, the program is seeing minimal success to date. Over the course of the last year, only 11 job placements have occurred. Of those, 1 has reached successful case closure, indicating that the individual was able to complete the services on the individualized plan for employment and maintain employment for a minimum of 90 days. So we offer this report to the committee. If there are questions, Dr. Tori Reynolds, our Associate Vice President for Student Services, is here, as well as Adrian Kittle, our partner with EIPD. So are there questions for our team? Ms. Estep?
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, but is it okay if I ask a few?
Really, thank you.
I guess I wish I had seen in the report some conclusions as to why there was a lack of success. You see the numbers, and the numbers are disheartening. The hiring difficulties, the challenges, there was no conclusion given. So, you know, that everything was just presented. And I guess I wish that there were some conclusions drawn for all of this, because, you know, we spent 2 years and we spent $750,000 of the state's money. So for that, and because this was, for me, it was a very important partnership. You know, VR is really the only connection that students with disabilities have, or one of the only, it's the only state connection that students with disabilities have to, or EIPD, sorry, to employment. To me, it was important to get this right. And since it looks like we really were not that successful with it, to analyze why that was. So I would love to see another analysis of that to figure out, okay, what were the barriers that didn't allow us to get to success? So thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Estep. Last year's report, I think, did acknowledge some of the challenges, which I think dealt with the criteria for students participating, but I would like to invite Dr. Merritt, and I'm happy to bring this back. And Adrian's online as well.
Yep. Dr. Reynolds just looked up and said Adrian's online, and I think she, if she could address some of the, this is a pass-through grant, and it was a true partnership, but largely pass-through. So EIPD was, in charge of hiring those 6 counselors, and I think we, would definitely want to hear from Adrian first. So Adrian, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I do think staffing was a major factor in our ability to capture the placements through the Bridge to Success program, because students may have been served in other caseloads who are participating in community college training, but because of the grant funding, we kind of held true to only capturing those individuals under Bridge to Success who for students who had an intellectual and developmental disability. So certainly I feel like the staffing issues significantly impacted, but at least in a few of the colleges. I will say that we were building the caseloads in some areas from scratch. So a few of the offices we did transfer some clients to the Bridge to Success caseloads when they met criteria. And so that helped, particularly I'm thinking of Alamance Community College, just based on the organization with the unit office that we were able to do that. So that caseload had a higher number of clients, but otherwise sometimes it does take a little while for caseloads to build. And now we probably are in the best place we've been since the start. We've got 5 Bridge to Success case managers in place. And the Bridge to Success case manager that was in Alamance just transitioned to a traditional EIPD position. So she's still with the agency, but in a different role. So certainly I acknowledge that. I think too, some, some students are on the curriculum pathway. And the associate's degree pathway. So we tend to focus our employment efforts when students are through with school in that situation. So the training comes first, and then we offer employment services when people are through, completed with their post-secondary education. So that's, we're still working with some of those folks, and they will continue even after the funding ends. And we haven't, I don't have the exact numbers in terms of what was spent, but certainly we haven't spent all of the funding because of the longstanding vacancies in some of the areas. So.
And I'd like to add also, because we have not expended all of that funding, we are looking to opportunities to ask OSBM if we can extend it to be able to use the rest of the funds and continue the program to show a larger impact.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And then I just wanted to tell Ms. Eastep that I'm certainly committed to working with you to assess.
Yeah, my question is, we've got 18 colleges now with an IDD program, is that right? 15. That program was so successful. I mean, not somewhat, very successful. Were the colleges that participated in this program the same colleges that had the IDD program?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 'cause
6
I'd
of
be
them.
interested to see the facts of why, and do the schools that had the IDD programs that have been so successful, were they also successful with this program as well? Because be able to grow every year the IDD program, and then this program that really expands that to a different level, it's not consistent, kind of to your point. It doesn't make sense to me.
Right. And Dr. Romero can speak to the fact that the students are required to meet a federal level of criteria that is different than ours. So.
And I think that's something that Missy said, we work very closely when we established, access to achievement. That was one of the main criteria, is that we did not want to have the set, criteria that, is established many times federally when, these accessibility or just IDD programs are set up, that have federal strings attached. Like our IDD program is open to anyone who identifies with an intellectual or developmental disability. So, this program is, run through EIPD, and you heard Adrian or mention earlier that students that met the specified requirements that they have to meet for their participants were moved over into this caseload. But that's just the difference. I think with our program, we set it up to be more inclusive. So I see Missy Step coming back to the mic.
And I'm also wondering is, with the specific hiring issues, if you're hiring through EIPD, that's why I was asking that particular question. It seemed like per the report, it's taking them a long time to hire. And are there internal hurdles to being hired within EIPD that we don't have to encounter? Because we really haven't had those struggles hiring the access to achievement coordinators. So I think it's worth kind of looking at the two programs, and that's why I'm hoping for like a little bit more of a compare and contrast. So if we had students that moved over from one program to the other, because in my mind, what I was seeing was, okay, we have some students that did qualify for both programs. So if there's a transition there, because we are, transitioning them to jobs and job placement, that would be a smoother transition. But the way my mind works is a lot different. And so obviously there were some struggles with that pathway. And that's where I want to get to and see, okay, again, for me, A2A was breaking down those barriers and breaking through that doorway. And I want to see the same thing for this. Like if this wasn't successful, what would be successful? So we've got to figure out, again, for me, the end goal is a career independence and what that looks like for that student. So if this doesn't work, what will? So, sorry.
And I do, so I do think that the access to achievement coordinators and the Bridge to Success case managers had strong relationships in each of the colleges. So, certainly I think anyone who could qualify, who were students who were interested and under access to achievement, if they were interested in employment, those referrals were coming to us, and have been. So I'm not as familiar with access to achievement, but I think the goals may be a little bit broader. But certainly, individuals who are connected with us can tap into the other services as well. But sometimes it takes a little while to get to that employment phase. If someone, again, if someone's in the training pathway, then our efforts to find employment, not that they couldn't start earlier, tend to be after that training is finished. So.
Thank you, Dr. Kittles. And again, Missy Step, we'll keep talking. So thank you. Are there other questions? Then I'll move to program 4. We have, we request the state board and the committee's approval for 2 applications, one from Durham Technical Community College and one from Asheville Buncombe Technical Community College, to open new cooperative innovative high school programs with approval for funding. And just as a reminder, again, for all of us, our cooperative innovative high school programs are early colleges, are partnerships between our local school districts and institutions of higher education, most commonly community colleges, that allow students to earn a high school diploma while completing college coursework and potentially earning their associate degree, a certificate, or up to 2 years of college credit within a 5-year period. These applications have been vetted and approved by a joint advisory committee, which looks at all of these applications, and it's composed of representatives from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, the North Carolina Community College System, the UNC system, and the North Carolina Independent Colleges and Universities. And we do note for the committee that in this case, both schools are already open, and this application is a request for funding. And President Buxton is here and may wish to make comments. If you would like to do so, President Buxton, you're welcome to say why this is so important for Durham Tech.
Into either surgical tech, medical assisting, clinical trials, or nursing, and they finish those pathways. And then Duke Health is committed to hiring 60% of the graduates from the program. So this was a conversion from a middle college to an early college with a workforce focus. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for President Buxton or? Thank you. And as I shared with President Buxton, I go to Duke Health and I always ask when I get my blood drawn, where did you go to school? And they always say Durham Tech, and they're very good at what they do. So thank you. Right. Keep moving through our 4 action agenda items. Program 5 is a new curriculum prefix. It's the MEM, Microelectronics Manufacturing. This is a part of our path to being Propel Ready. This is a prefix that will support our ability to develop courses and credentials in semiconductor and microelectronics manufacturing, which is a rapidly growing industry here in North Carolina. Central Carolina Community College helped develop the curriculum framework to support workforce training in this emerging sector. That work is connected to the CLAWS, CLAWS, another acronym, Microelectronics Commons Hub, which is led by NC State. They've received federal funding through the CHIPS and Science Act to advance semiconductor research and workforce development. Having this prefix will enable our colleges to create programs that are aligned with semiconductor manufacturing, nanotechnology, and advanced electronics careers. This is a Tier 1A in the Propel NC Workforce Funding Model. Are there questions regarding that? Basically, we're establishing a statewide curriculum structure to support the semiconductor workforce training and industry demand. Are there questions regarding this item? Seeing none, we will move on, and I need a motion and a second to approve programs 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the 4 action agenda. Thank you, Mr. Yergin. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. I'm going to move really quickly through the consent agenda. On our fast track for action agenda this month, the board is asked to approve requests from Cleveland Community College and Robeson Community College. No negative impact reports were received for these applications. Cleveland is looking for a medical laboratory technology course and Robeson for a social and human services application. Are there questions regarding these items? Okay, hearing none. Program 7, the board is asked to approve courses listed here for placement or modification in the combined course library. And this is a request for new course approval from the NC Fire and Rescue Commission. Are there questions regarding these applications? Okay. Program 8, Randolph Community College is seeking our approval to offer a course in horticulture and landscaping in collaboration with Randolph Correctional Center. Is there a question regarding this application? Hearing none, I need a motion and a second to approve program 6, 7, and 8 for the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Jurgens. Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. All in favor? Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. I'm just zipping along here. For information, programs 9 and 10 provide an overview of the curriculum program applications approved for addition and termination by Dr. Cox at the request of the colleges noted here and via the authority that the state board has delegated to the president of the system. I will not cover these formally. I do invite questions if you have them. And I do want to call the committee's attention to the request from both Gaston College and Wayne Community College to stand up residency licensure certificate programs. We're thrilled to see the continued expansion of these programs across our system and to connect the dots with our colleagues in the Finance Committee. If you look at the 5 courses that Wayne Community College is seeking to stand up, these are the courses that Wayne Community College also will be supporting the development of these courses and putting those into the VLC. So are there questions? And we thank Wayne Community College for their leadership here. Are there questions regarding these items? Then I will ask for a motion. I will ask for new business. Are there new business items for the committee? Then I will ask for a motion and a second to adjourn the committee. Thank you. We are adjourned. Oh, wait, all in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
I call this exciting personnel meeting to order of March 19th. I want to welcome everyone and would ask Dr. Gold for a roll call, please, ma'am.
Mr. Bill McBrayer.
Present.
Mr. John Kane. Honorable Chaz Beasley.
Here.
Ms. Lisa Eastep. Eric Nesbitt. Chris Bullard. Miss Stacy Griffin.
Here.
Mr. Tom Looney. Dr. David Lowry. Mr. Robert Moore. Mr. Ray Trapp.
Present and enthusiastic.
All right. We have a quorum and the whole committee is present.
Okay, thank you for that. This time I'll read the ethics awareness in accordance with the State Government Ethics Act. It is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none, hearing none, let the record reflect. We will now go to approval of the agenda. Any additions or deletions from the agenda? I actually have 2 items that I'd like to add for closed session. If there's any others, if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Motion and a second. Got a second? All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Approval of the minutes. Had the minutes February 19th. Any additions or deletions from the minutes? Not again, I'd entertain a motion to approve as written. Got a motion? Need a second? Got a second? All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes. At this time, I move to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of information that is confidential or privileged in accordance with General Statute 115D-27 and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of individual public employees and prospective public employees. Do I have a second? Got a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. We'll stand at ease. We won't be long, promise you. Okay, we are back into open session. My most humble apologies. I would like for the record to reflect that we were flying, moving right along, and then we had a few questions. Okay, and I'll just leave it at that. So we have information items. System office vacancy stands at 7.63%. We have no current presidents in their status report that no active searches or nobody has mentioned retirement anytime soon. Do we have any new business that we want to discuss today? We do have one bit of new business, and I'd like to recognize Dr. Gold for an introduction, please.
All right. Several of you have asked me since Kelly Reel, our previous vice president of HR, how we were handling HR functions in that absence. We haven't filled that position pending the new president. And so we have been very fortunate here. The Office of State Human Resources has loaned us a director to fill in our stead in the HR office. And so Kimberly Whitaker is in the back here. Kim, if you'll stand up. So we were really pleased to have Kim as part of our HR team. She has fit in really well, and she has a very positive attitude, a very engaging attitude. She led the team in Employee Appreciation Week last week or 2 weeks ago, but really appreciate the Office of State Human Resources allowing her to come and be stationed here during this interim time, and just appreciate her contribution to the agency. But just wanted you to know that we're in good hands and that Kim is taking good care of us.
Thank you, Dr. Gold, and welcome, Kim. Any other questions or comments? If not, we stand adjourned.
Committee will come to order. Members, thank you for joining today's SBPG meeting. We are starting at 5:26. And with that, Ms. Sharif, if you would, please call roll.
Yes, sir. The Honorable Chaz Beasley,
Here.
Miss Lisa Eastep, Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Miss Stacy Griffin. Here. Mr. Jeffrey Lang. Mr. Tom Mooney. Mr. Chris Lumsden. Okay. Dr. Dale McGinnis.
Here.
The Honorable David Price. Miss Sarah West.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sharif. And now we will have the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest Statement. Ms. Carpenter, if you would, please read.
Yes, sir. In accordance with the State Government's Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before us today? If so, please identify that conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none, sir.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the approval of the agenda. And members, if you could please help the chair today as he has to be remote. If you could please make sure you use your microphones when you are seeking recognition or providing a second or a motion. That will help us, and it will also help Ms. Sharif as she takes minutes on the meeting. So now we proceed to the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or thoughts on the agenda as written? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of
No.
chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and the agenda is approved as written.
End of the day.
Oh, good. All right, now we will proceed to the approval of the minutes from the February 19th, 2026 meeting. Are there any questions or discussion or debate on the minutes as written? If not, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and the minutes are approved as written. Members, for the benefit of our staff as well as the benefit of the chair, if you could please also mention your name when you do a motion or second. I just want to make sure that Ms. Sharif is able to get the correct person. Normally, we're able to tag team this in person, but we're not able to do that today. So really appreciate everybody's help on that. Members, we have one item for action. And that item was provided to everyone in advance of today's meeting. To give you the 30-second overview, there was an investigation of a non-compliant entity by the proprietary schools, hands-on dental assistant training. There were two allegations that were made, one regarding a failure to provide student refunds as required by law, and also failing to provide accurate and required information in the catalog of the organization and enrollment agreement. These two allegations have now been remedied, and this entity is now in compliance. However, the proprietary board did, prior to their coming into compliance, vote to suspend the organization for 30 days. And the school has accepted the suspension, and now they are working together. So all parties involved are in alignment on this particular item. But Ms. McCormick is also here if there are any questions that can be answered with specificity from the committee. Any questions, comments, or debate on item SBPG 01? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve item SBPG 01 as written.
So move, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpson. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and item SBPG 01 is approved as written. Members, are there any new business items today? I do have one, but I want to see if there are any from the board or from the committee.
So Chaz, it's Scott.
Yes.
I did send you a note. I've got some board code changes that have come to me via the CIOs that I'd like to entertain. So just let me know how you want to handle that.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate you reaching out. I'm happy to chat with you to see how, and also chat with, of course, Ms. Carpenter and the rest of our staff just to make sure we're in alignment on those, and hopefully have those come up at a subsequent meeting. I think our next meeting will be in May at soonest. So we're happy to have that conversation with you, and I appreciate you being proactive on those. If there aren't any other new business items, I do want to mention that it is March 19th and that everyone does have a requirement to complete their SEI forms. I believe, Ms. Carpenter, by April 15th, as if you don't have anything else to do on tax day. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. So yeah, we don't want anybody getting in trouble. So please finish your forms. I wanted to be a good example, so I did finish mine before making this announcement. Any other new business?
McBrayer has a question.
Yes, Mr. McBrayer, go ahead.
I know the ethics and awareness is every 2 years. This is every year.
That is correct. The ethics education training is every 2 years, but the statement of economic interest, where you all do a finance report, that is due every year and it's due on April 15th.
Thank you.
Halima, who is our paralegal, she'll be sending everyone the link that has the forms prepared for you. There are 2 forms, so if there are no changes, it's a short form. But if there are any changes, then there is a longer form. So be sure to keep that in mind. I'm sorry, sir.
No, thank you for that clarification. And there is, as was mentioned, there is an option if you have no changes to just kind of hit one button. So it is relatively short. I had a few changes. It took me about 10 minutes to finish. So please, 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 over the next 3 weeks, please finish those forms. We don't want anybody getting in trouble considering how easy they are to complete. Any other new business to come before the committee? If not, Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Tom Looney.
Moved by Chair Looney. Is there a second?
Second, Dale McInnes.
Seconded by Dr. McGinnis. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at 5:35.